Wait, just give it a couple more practice shots. I'll be ready.
Don't forget to shoot spare.
Huh?
Don't forget to shoot spare.
I agree, 100%.
I'm standing on like 5. I am throwing it kind of hard.
Can you try one on like 7?
I have it, but I can't.
Can I try 7?
Practice time is coming to an end. Go ahead and start playing your lower monitors. Good luck and good scores.
He knew what you meant. We're good.
And as we almost have the Big Four converted, or it looked closer than I thought it was there, I'd like to welcome you into this edition of the Ebonite Fall Classic. This one here starts with the number 2, 0, 2, and 5 in front of it, otherwise known as the 2025 Ebonite Fall Classic B Squad qualifying. 7 games for you coming up right here on our YouTube network here on Inside Bowling, where we are celebrating 100,000 subscribers this weekend. That's right. You all did it. We all got there together as a group. 100,000 subscribers on this channel. Go ahead, everybody, take a bow. It's totally cool. It's totally cool, guys. Stand up wherever you are. Even if you're in your car, pull over on the side of the road, get out of the car, stand up. Thank yourself. You did it. We did it. And we've got a special item to commemorate what we've all done together, which is the 100,000 subscriber t-shirt. And we're making no money on this thing. $13. It's just for you. Available this weekend on InsideBowling.com. And if you're going to be here in the center, nice 248 conversion over on 15, by the way. You can pick one up here. I've got some made here in the booth, small through 2XL. Available while supplies last. Pretty awesome. We're happy about it. We know you're happy about it too. This is the oil pattern that we're competing on here this year. And earlier today we had an A squad with 54 competitors. Keaton Ostrowski went 128 over. Brandon Runk went 102 over. Both are left-handed, by the way. Alex Pike is third at plus 74. Evan Flath is fourth at plus 69, followed by Elias O'Halloran is plus 64. Only 10 of the 54 players were plus, and right now, if you take the top third, which we'll be cutting to, 18th was Brody Green at minus 35. Minus 35 for 7 games. That's a 195 average projection to make this cut because of this 44 feet in length oil pattern with 30 milliliters out on the lanes. If you look at the 2-to-2 loads on the forward and reverse load data, there are 8 2-to-2s, which means it's very, very flat. And if you look at the ratio at the top left of the chart, or the graph, it should say ratio 1.84 to 1. So they're pretty tight. But of course, we're still seeing some urethane go down the lane, as it is everyone's whoopee blanket. You want to control the pocket, bowl on something hard, use urethane. Really doesn't matter the distance in oil anymore. That's what this game has become. Nothing wrong with it. It's just they're playing within the parameters of what it is, and that's what we have here today. That's the environment that we have. So we have a full squad here. There's some re-entries in here as well. This bowling center is 28 lanes here at Maple Lanes here in Waterloo, Iowa. And that means there's 2 per lane, which means we have 56 bowlers on this squad. We'll have 56 this afternoon, or coming up this evening at 7 o'clock. So we're going to have 56, that's 112, plus 54 puts us at 166 will be our total amount of bowlers. 166 in this event, 166. There's still openings on C, unless they take re-entries, of course, which they will. But if you'd like to bowl, you're within 5-hour driving distance. Why don't you get your butt in the car and come on up here and bowl tonight? You're probably saying to yourself, Mike, why don't you lace them up tonight and bowl instead? You won't. And no, not this year, I won't. Maybe one year I will, but I won't this year. This tournament would not be possible without our great sponsors. I want to thank Ebonite, being the title sponsor of the Fall Classic and the Winter Classic now for, boy, it's been a while. Probably 10 years now. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, bag, shoes, check out the Ebonite brand of bowling balls. And, of course, they are a member of the Brunswick family of brands. So make sure you check out all 7 brands from Brunswick. This one here, though, extra special, sponsored by Ebonite. Nice messenger there. Also want to thank Brandon Steen, who's been a sponsor of this event with different places that he's worked and different companies he's been involved with over the years. Continues to support this event, support bowling. Shout out to Brandon Steen with Stride Bank Structure Real Estate and the Steen team. Also want to thank our friends over at Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau. You can head over to a little website called experiencewaterloo.com, and it hits you with Adventure Awaits in Waterloo. Welcome to Waterloo, Iowa. Unique festivals, outdoor adventure, delicious dining. Welcome to Waterloo. From our extensive network of trails to our thriving arts and museum district and dozens of locally owned restaurants, sports venues, and entertainment options, Waterloo offers a unique experience that gets better with every visit. Come for one of our 11 major annual festivals, have some fun in the sun at our nationally ranked water park and partner theme park, and grab a drink and a bite to eat at one of the over 70 locally owned and operated bars and restaurants here in Waterloo. They also have an outdoor amphitheater as well as a nice casino here. It's a Caesars property. And, of course, a couple of great bowling centers in Maple Lanes and Cadillac XBC. Make sure when you're thinking about your next little weekend getaway, or perhaps you want to make it a family vacation, check out experiencewaterloo.com and help support this great city. And thank you to the Convention and Visitors Bureau for being a continued sponsor of the Ebonite Fall and Winter Classic tournaments. Also would like to thank our official beer of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, which is Budweiser. Also our friends over at iambowling.com, making great apparel and jerseys. You can use coupon code GIBA for a really nice hefty discount over there at iambowling.com, and that's good year-round. We'd also like to thank our friends at Quickstar and Kwik Trip. If you're looking for gas or to fill up your car, maybe you want to get some snacks on the way in or out of town, check out Quickstar and Kwik Trip. And our official hotel, where I stay, you should stay too every time you come to Iowa. Check out the Hampton Inn. In addition to that, if you'd like to support what we do here on Inside Bowling, you can go over to our website where we sell a lot of merch, a lot of cool bowling merch. We've got all the brands, licensing deals in place. We've also got a lot of cool pop culture novelty t-shirts, over 900 designs, including brand new quarter zips that we just added. for $37. They're on sale. They're Champ Pro quarter zips. Love them. You can get them your favorite brands, including Inside Bowling. Those are on sale this week as our deal of the week. Make sure you check that out. And, of course, you can always save the 15% with coupon code YouTube on the left-hand side of your screen on the bottom left. That is good year-round. No matter when you watch this event, you can save 15%. Great Christmas gift ideas. You can get a little shopping done early. Check it out. Also want to give a shout-out to the EME family and, of course, Ryan, the general manager here, for hosting the event. And Joe and Rosie and Jennifer, who run the event. Thank you to those guys. And last but not least, let's thank our friends at Lane Talk. Our scoring is powered by Lane Talk. You see it up at the top of the screen. Really nice integration here, and we're happy to be able to use Lane Talk scoring integration here at Maple Lanes for the first time for us since we've been coming up here for the last 10 years. It adds a nice hint of professionalism. And we are streaming in 4K high definition at 60 frames per second, courtesy of our friends at Sony. So now that that's out of the way and we've paid the bills, let's go ahead and take a look at who's bowling on this squad. We are on lanes 11 and 12 and 13 and 14. In the bottom right of your screen, you have lanes 5 through 8 positioned for you in our picture-in-picture. We call that the PIP or the PIP. Yeah, you know me. Lanes 11 and 12, 13 and 14. We have Wyatt Honecker, Kevin Magnuson, Raiden Nakagawa, and Devin Richards. That's 11 and 12. 13 and 14, Zach Andreessen, Brady Gustafson, Torrey Franklin, and Lucas Hersrud. No kidding. Torrey Franklin's bowling. Okay, makes sense. All right, bottom right of your screen. Lanes, I haven't changed them, have I? Nope, 5, 6, 7, and 8. How about, we've got Jake Boxty, excuse me. We've got Justine Brookover is bowling again on a re-entry. Blake Walsh is bowling from Australia, and Andrew Blaney. 7 and 8. We got Brett Sprecher, Buelo, Howard, and Shallow. Jonathan Shallow. Andy Buelo. So I'm going to invert the stream now. Let's move the PIP. Yeah, you know me. Into scene here. We saw the highest scores in Game 1 this morning during the A squad. If you want to see the standings real quick, I have them pinned at the top of the chat, by the way. Keaton Ostrowski, your leader, as I mentioned. And you can look and kind of see how everybody shook out here this morning. We would be taking the top 18 if it was just one squad. That would be 35th, or minus 35 at 18th. Again, the link at the top is where you want to be in the chat room to be able to access all the information, including the lane pattern and everything else. Before I get too far ahead of myself, our weekend schedule looks like this. We had A squad this morning. We just started B squad here. You're in game number 1 of 7. You've missed nothing. C squad comes up tonight at 7 o'clock or just a little after, and then we'll come back tomorrow morning with a cashers round at 9 a.m. and the final start around noon or 12:30-ish, depending on pace of play. Cannot determine that until tomorrow. So there you have it. Move over to lanes 5 through 8. Shallow with a strike.
Hey, we're good. I stay behind. Make sure my off my name is good.
What's up, Zach?
How are you?
How you doing, brother? Zach Wilkins in the house. He'll be bowling this evening. Want to say hello to everybody here in our chat room. What's up, Brunsnick? This is where the party's at. If you haven't subscribed to Brunsnick's channel, make sure you check him out. Puts out a lot of great information about the Brunswick bowling balls and some entertaining videos as well. Make sure you go subscribe to Brunsnick. You could certainly appreciate your subscription. We got 100,000 over here. Let's get Brunsnick. I don't even know what he's at right now. Let's take a look and see how many subscribers old Brunsnick has. Let's see. Go to channel. Is he up to 30,000 yet? I don't want to insult you here, Nick. 34,700. Let's see if we can get Brunsnick up to 50K. 50K. Let's get after it. Guy puts out like 3 videos a week. A lot more than I do around here. Anyway, thanks for being here, Nick. Scott Merritt wants to know, are there any inside bowling deals this weekend? There are. I have a t-shirt available for $13, which is our 100,000 subscriber one. That's that one. And then I've got something else that's new that I'm pretty pumped about. I am looking for my promo graphic. I should have done this before I left, but you win some, you lose some. Sometimes you're a little behind the times here. Here we go. Quarter zips. Doo-doo-doo. Let's see what I may or may not have when it comes to this one. I always forget where we put this. Let me see. Maybe right here. Let's see what we got here. You're going to like this, Scott. Must be in the wrong folder. Let me just grab it like this. This would be the easiest way to do it. Go. Save images. Thank you. Desktop. Boom. Order. Zips. Boom. And boom. And. All right, here you go, Scott. This is a really nice quarter zip. Very, very nice quarter zip. I'll show it to you in just a second. You can get your favorite brand with these things. We're going to put them on the side at $45, but we just introduced them this week, so we're running them for $37 each. And they're from the folks at Champ Pro, and I source these things myself, and they are awesome. So we've got that right now, and then we got the 15% off all the other apparel with coupon code YouTube, and then we got our $13 100,000 t-shirts. So that's what we got here this week as our deals. But if you want to find out about all of our different deals, you can sign up for our newsletter on our website. We put a new deal together every single week. Every week we got a deal of the week. Let me see if this is the camera that I have the extra one on. No, it's over here. Let's, yeah, here it is. Actually realigned this, didn't I? Let's see what we got here. I'm going to move over to this other pair real quick. Sorry, Blake Walsh, but you're still available down there in the corner. But I am right here, and this is the quarter zip that I'm talking about. I mean, this is a nice, I don't bring in crap. This is a super nice quarter zip. The performance pole, or the performance hoodies that we had, we were getting different colors coming in from the manufacturer, so I discontinued those bad boys, and I brought these in. I actually ended up giving away my black one, so this is my gray one right here. It's got inside bowling and 100,000. I should have printed this a little bigger. You can't really see it, but I just did that for me. That's not, we don't sell that. But you can get inside bowling on there. You can get all your favorite brands like Ebonite, like the sponsor of this tournament. But anyway, really love these. I think you're really going to like them too if you pick up one of these pullovers. So yeah, that's what we got going on there. I do appreciate you asking. It does really help support what we do here. Left looks pretty good here this weekend. Lucas Finley's bowling this squad. He's probably going to be pretty tough to beat. You guys want me to tell you who's in the field? I'll do that. Down on 1 and 2, Gavin Finley, Lucas Finley, Jackson Robinson, and Kendrick Siders. 3 and 4, Darren Galbraith, Chris Gregg, Tom Hess is re-entered, and Mac Van Zanti is bowling. 5 and 6, we've already covered. 7 and 8, we've already covered. So I'm going to skip past. We got Thomas Cutsforth, Jacob Fisher, Austin Bowicks on a re-entry, and Isaac Goodman. I'm going to skip 11 and 12, 13 and 14 because we're watching them right here. 15 and 16, we got Austin Aud, Brian Tippett, Alec Dirks, and Brent Ritchie. 17 and 18, Chad Nelson, Brady Stearns, Cam Foster, and Aaron Littlefield. 19 and 20, Tyler Masterson, Keith Schneider, Theron Mitchell, and Devin Titus. 21 and 22, we got Jake Bedard, Dinosaur, Dave Dentlinger, and Shan DeBauer. We've also got Kurt Kroll down there on 21 and 22. 23 and 24, we got Travis Anderson, Zach Rhodes, Mike Peck, Brian Roth. 25 and 26, Brock Hogland, Patrick Hovda, Josh Kennedy, Jason Moberg. And then down on 27 and 28, we got Charlie Brown, Brett Lloyd, Kyle Rosenberg, and Mackenzie Julian. That's our field for B Squad. Letter B on 13 and 14 is Zach Andreessen, who has the spare 5-bagger, 9-spare strike. Zach Andreessen. Come back over here. Letter A on 5 and 6. I believe I know who that is. Jake Boxty. Letter B is Blake Walsh. Letter C is Justine Brookover. And then we've got letter D, Andrew Blaney. And then next door, you got Nate Bretsprecher is letter A, Andy Boyle, letter B, Jim Howard, letter C, Jonathan Shallow, letter D. Letter D. Letter D. Letter D. Letter D. Do we not have 5XL and hoodies? Okay, too hip. If you need a 5XL and a hoodie, send an email, sales@insidebowling.com. Sales@insidebowling.com. Write in your email and link to the products that you want, and then we can come back at you and tell you what we have available in 5X. The reason why we don't carry 5X on the website is a couple of reasons. One is they are not readily in stock. So we would run into problems with, they're out of black for 17 days. We would have to go into every item and remove the black and then remember to put them back. It's just a nightmare. However, we also understand some people need bigger sizes, and we can accommodate you, but those are special orders. Doesn't cost you really anything more. We do mark the garment up for what they charge us because the bigger sizes do cost a little bit more. But we do it for people all the time. Shoot us an email, sales@insidebowling.com. You want some 5X? We've even had some people ask for some tall T-shirts, stuff like that. We're very accommodating. Very accommodating. Kim will look it all up, get everything put together, and then we then send you an email and say, hey, look, do you want to... You can, as long as you go on the website and you order enough money worth of stuff and apparel, and we know what it really is, and we're good. Or we can also work out other options of payment on that, a PayPal link or a Venmo or a Zelle or whatever, and then we get it out to you. So we'd be more than happy to do that. We prefer to do it on multiple items if possible. If we're going through the trouble of doing all the special order, we'd rather you be like, all right, I'm going to grab 3 or 4 things, but you don't have to, of course. And that's what we got. So we'd be more than happy to take care of you on the old 5Xs. It's just we have to look every time to see if they're even available in certain colors and stuff. Sometimes we got to offer alternative options, but we always try to source the best possible garments we can for you. And we have a lot of people. We sell on eBay too, the same items. It's kind of weird. People would rather just buy it on eBay than on our website. Doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. And we've had people write us and say, hey, is there a possibility that we can just order these shirts in a blank because it's the most comfortable shirt we've ever bought? We just want blank shirts. We don't want anything put on them. So we do take a lot of pride in what we do with the garments that we choose to offer to anybody. So. I picked the right weekend to leave St. Louis. It's 97 degrees and steamy. You know, you guys may not know this or not, but when I come up here to Iowa, it's always 3 degrees warmer when I'm here than when I'm not here. Because I, too, am that hot. It's kind of delayed. Kind of like the live scoring. How about 280? I didn't want to say anything because every time I talk about it, you know, they just don't bowl good. But nice little solid start there for Jake Boxty. To make the cut, he's got to average 188 the rest of the day. Blake Walsh can still bowl 238. He's a good bowler. Money. .231, 2:30 Central Time kickoffs are happening in college football. We're right in the heart of football season. NFL kicked off last week. Who do you guys like in the NFL this year? Let me know in the chat room. How's he bowling?
I think he just struck in the 9. I didn't strike out for 238 or something.
Yeah, he's solid.
Got a left-hander over there. 200.
Yeah, Boxty. Yeah. Left's pretty good here right now.
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
Left.
Yeah. What'd you guys end up doing?
Huh?
Do you just do what he did? Do you just put another hundo in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just split it right.
Yeah. Cool.
You want to add more? What do you want to do? Well, if you want to match it, we can just do 50-50. I don't know.
Perfect. Those of you that are in our chat room all the time, Gus, who's always in the chat, is here in the building on site, and we're talking sports bets and all that kind of stuff. It's been really cool. Too hip. You bet, brother.
I imagine that's how it was this morning.
No problem at all. I love this little apparel business that we have. It really is awesome. Like, we can do so much for people. Like, if you're like, hey, you know, we're going to have like a, I don't know, big gathering doing something, we want shirts, like, we can help you come up with a design. We can come up with everything. And I'm telling you this right now, you can find cheaper than us, but the garments you're going to get aren't very good. We don't mark our garments up very much. We just charge a reasonable rate for the printing. You need something for an event, giveaways, bowling center, employee shirts. We print on polos, everything. I've got hookups with all these suppliers. I'd be more than happy to take care of you. Like, it just helps, put food on our table at an affordable rate. You're supporting a family business, and you're getting a really good deal, and our turnaround times are really quick, and we're kind of all-inclusive. So if you need something, we can get it done for you. Was that Blake Walsh had 221? I think that was Blake Walsh had 221. He was letter B over there, right? Yep. 221 for Blake. 280 for Boxty. Justine had 184 with an open in the 10th, and 218 for Blaney. Next door, Nate Brettsprecher, not a good game. We'll just leave it at that. Andy Buelo can still get to 191. 175 for Jim Howard, and Jonathan Shallow can still bowl 258. In the shallow. In the shallow. In the shallow. I'm not really that far from the shallow now. By the way, is A Star is Born, is that not one of the best movies in the last 15 years? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. Is that movie not awesome? You tell me. Tell me something, Chad. And there's Shallow. He's in the shallow. Do you have chamois with your logo? I do, on the website. Go to, as a matter of fact, Thomas Cutsforth is using one here. And he loves it. These are the chamois that Amleto Monticelli told me that just were the greatest chamois of all time. So I ordered some from Italy. They're Italian suede. They're very expensive for me. I don't mark them up very much. I don't know why I bought 500 of them, but I did. From Italy. But I can print on them. I can put logos on them. And they're pretty cool. Brunsnick, if you're still in the chat, I forgot. We could put Brunsnick logos on these chamois. If you're interested, bud. I'll see if Thomas will kick me that chamois. He says he loves it. I asked him, I said, hey, you really like that thing? Did it work good? He's like, oh, man, it helps me out greatly. And he's a lefty, and he's got to clean his, he's got to constantly clean off his urethane balls. So he needs it. Zach, you got a second?
Sure.
You don't have to sit for a long time or anything, but just come over here for a second. I want to pick your brain here for a minute.
Yeah.
All right, joining me here in the booth for the first time in Iowa, I believe, is Zach Wilkins. You haven't bowled this before, have you?
No, I've never bowled this, and this is my first time to Maple Lanes.
Yeah, it's cool up here.
This is, as soon as I walked in, my jaw kind of already dropped to the floor, and I was like, wow, this is a nice establishment.
It is. You don't know the history of this place, right?
I do not. I know absolutely nothing about Iowa, except for the Field of Dreams.
I have kind of a weird angle of this booth, but I'm going to bring it in for just a second.
Okay.
Folks, I'm sitting here with Zach Wilkins. So I've been telling Zach to come bowl this thing. I tell all the guys that I see at all these other events that are good bowlers, I go, you should come to Iowa. It doesn't hit you with a $10,000 first prize, but it's really meaty. $170 entry fee. You can win $3,000. If you get in the bet you win pot, you can get another $500, $600, $700. You can get in like $300, $400 worth of brackets or whatever they cap it at.
Yeah, I love the that it's on a pattern, and
well,
usually
that's the other part. Yeah.
They're usually pretty tough.
Yeah.
Based off kind of the first, I looked at the scores of first squad, and there weren't many people plus. So
No.
I kind of like the grind of these types of events.
And the proprietor comes up with the pattern.
Oh,
It's
even
not
better.
the tournament director. Joe bowls his own events.
Okay.
Like, this is one of the only events that if the tournament director won it, the entire field would be happy.
I like that.
Yeah,
I love
it's
that.
because he's such a good dude and gives so much back, and he bowls in the morning squad all the time. And his daughter Jennifer is going to bowl C squad tonight. Like, they're awesome people. But when you come up here to Iowa, I started coming here about, I think it was 11 years ago. I think
Okay.
2011, 2012, maybe longer than that now.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I come up here, man, they treat me like I'm like a ESPN crew coming in here. So the old Maple Lane sat right here.
Okay.
And that's where we used to stream from.
So they've like done a bunch of
Well,
renovations.
no,
in here.
it's crazier than that.
Okay.
And I'm going to
All
take us out to the lanes. I'll tell this story to those that don't know about it. So the Amy family own this center, and they own Cadillac on the other side of town that we bowl in February here.
Okay.
And it's hosted the PWBA 2 out of the last 3 years, I believe. Big bowling family. Big memorabilia, bowling memorabilia guy. Pro shop. The pro shop, everything. Like, they are just big bowling
Yeah,
people.
I saw a bunch of like that whole glass
Yep.
case down there. That
Yep.
was really unique.
They go to Bowl Expo. Like, I mean, just great proprietors up here. Cannot talk about it enough how great they are. So I started coming up here to the old Maple Lanes, and they restored these old AMF masking units, the triangular ones,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
made it match the center colors. They painted them. They did everything.
Wow.
Place was badass. Had pinball machine, like the tops of pinballs, those clear things
Yeah.
that go up there. Had
Yeah.
those framed all around the center. Awesome. So one night, while their cleaning crew was in the middle of the night, I believe a couple people broke into the bowling center,
Oh no.
basically put the cleaning crew people down at gunpoint while they went into the safe room trying to get money, lit the place on fire,
Oh my.
and it was a
God.
total devastation.
So they lost.
They lost the
everything.
whole center, the whole business, this place.
Oh,
They had to start over from scratch.
Wow.
Now, Waterloo's kind of getting busier and being built up.
Mm-hmm.
The property was worth a lot more than to make it a bowling center again.
Makes sense.
But the Amy family said, oh, no,
they want to preserve this.
we're going to
Keep
build
it
a brand new bowling center and come out of this thing
on top.
with bowling.
Yeah.
This isn't about money. This is about having it in the center. So he designed this whole place. They used I don't know if they used Sandy Hansel or who they used, but they used, and they designed this whole place, the bar, the everything.
Like hired an architect. And everything.
Oh yeah, big time.
Nice.
Very heavily involved, and they built the new Maple Lanes.
Wow.
And it opened, I don't know, man. It's going on probably 5-6 years ago now. But
Really? That's great. Like I had no idea.
Yeah.
At all. Like,
Yeah.
That's actually a wild story, and to see the vision of like trying to start over, and like I mean they've probably exceeded expectations.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like this establishment is unbelievable.
yeah, I mean, it's a large investment.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was, I mean, I don't know the number, but we're talking into the millions of dollars to do
Oh, I
this.
could only imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that they do a great party business in that, yet they still host this event. And, you just hats off to everybody involved up here. And the other crazy thing was all the people that were at staff at Maple, they actually let them all go over and work at Cadillac for like a year and a half so they wouldn't lose their jobs.
Oh, so that's just a sign of a good owner taking care of their people.
Yep.
I love, you don't hear about those stories very often, but when you do, it warms your heart because you're like, there's still some good people out there.
Then you got Joe and Rosie and Jennifer and the folks that run the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, and I think they run 16, 17 tournaments a year and give up their weekends to go run these events. Joe bowls them all,
That's amazing.
but he pays his own entry fee. They don't pull much money out of the brackets. They pay for their hotels and stuff, but, I mean, they do it out of the love of the game. So when you combine that with this town
Yeah.
and the proprietor and the family and the people that support bowling up in this town,
I think that just makes you want to keep coming back.
that's a no-brainer. That's why
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Yeah, like
That's
I
why
mean, just hearing that story
Yeah.
now makes me want to come back, even if it's not for this fall classic, but any tournament that happens here, because it's only 4 hours away from Kansas City.
Yeah, and like I said, they had the PWBA a couple of years because they want to, but there's no airport here, so it's not easy to get to.
Okay, where would the closest one be? I don't know Iowa very well.
Des Moines, maybe.
Okay, that's a couple hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
See,
a tough
because
one.
I always have driven up from St. Louis. It made no sense to fly. It's 4 hours and 40 minutes from St. Louis.
Okay, yeah, that's a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah.
Especially for us.
Yeah. So that's the story here, man. And I'm really glad that you decided to take me up and come up and bowl because,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm glad to now. Like just hearing the history behind it, just makes it even more worth coming here.
yeah, and Joe has done a great job with the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau. You can apply for grants and dollars when you bring a bunch of people here, and there's over 6, 7, 8,000 added in each event up here as well. So basically, the lineage is free with money on top, and
That's fantastic.
yeah. So I'm glad you came. We've seen people like Doherty come through here before in the past. Several other touring pros between stops. I think there was a PBA swing a few years ago where this was just kind of on the way to the next one.
Yeah, just kind of get some.
I think Sean Maldonado bowled, and
Nice.
so we've had some great champions here over the years, though. A lot of good amateur players. Lefties do pretty well in these events. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Matt McNeil, Nate Stubler,
I mean, you're talking about
Cam Crow.
3 really good ones right there too.
Yeah. A lot of lefties bowl this thing, but 2 events a year, and if you can ever make them out, I think this September one's a no-brainer for anybody. I tell all the PWBA ladies as well. This is the one in February. They should all bowl the one in February because the tour starts like a month later.
Oh, okay.
What a great tune-up for the tour.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
But we only get so many people up here. Aaron McCarthy used to bowl all the time.
Yeah, because Omaha, that can't be too far from here, right?
Right. When I first started coming up here, it was like Rob Gottschall would bowl all the time.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
Yeah,
How are we looking with scoring pace? I know the first squad there was only 11 people plus that I saw, and only 2 were 100 over.
That is true. That is very, very true.
It kind of, they look a little tricky and pretty flat in the middle, not going to lie. Just
they
based
really
off
are.
Watching game 1.
Are you a graph reader? I can't remember.
I understand graphs very well.
So there is your graph. I don't know how easy you can see that.
Yeah, I see it.
You got 8 2-2s.
Yeah, that's that's quite a bit of 2
It's a lot.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I kind of look at. It is a tree. It is a Christmas tree, right? So you don't have a speed bump or anything.
Yeah, kind of seeing this right now. So I kind of look forward to see what the distance is first. That's kind of like my first thing. See the volume, and then I kind of skip kind of everything else, and then kind of just look at the numbers in the graph, like the forward loads and the reverse loads, just to kind of see where majority of that oil is. And I can see there's a lot of it up front, and then it kind of looks like there's a rather large buff area in this. So to me, it kind of seems like a shorter-ish pattern with extra buff. So seeing that, or in my head, that's going to tell me okay, the shape of this pattern is probably going to be a little bit further right, and they're going to be a little bit flatter in the middle. So I'm going to need some controllable pieces. Yep,
exactly. Nick Pate also has won this event and used to bowl this event all the time when he lived up in Minnesota.
Oh, honorary Canadian right there.
That's right. And he's in the chat saying hello and how much he misses bowling.
Hi, Nicholas. How are you?
So it looks like if I go over here to this link, which is pinned at the top of the chat for everybody, by the way, we can go to B Squad, and I can bring up the scores, and we can take a look at them together as a group on how scoring pace was in game number 1.
Okay, there's a lot of good scores game 1.
Yeah, I think there were the last squad, too. 26 players bowled 200 or more, and that's pretty consistent with the last squad.
Okay.
Now, I will say we did not have 6 people bowl 250 or better. Okay. I think it was 3.
Okay.
But this is a little stronger squad. Right now, Boxty up top at 80 over. Lucas Finley, also a lefty, at 68 over. Tyler Masterson at plus 67 is third. Jonathan Shallow fourth at plus 55. Zach Rhodes is fifth at plus 55, actually. Shallow at 58. You see 54, 48, 45, and so on down the list there. If you'd like to see how your favorite player is doing, you can use that link at the top of the chat. But it really starts to kind of taper off and starts to come down.
So moving pair to pair is the tricky part. Then I take.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yep, definitely.
What did we see first squad that made it tricky? Is it just the types of bowling balls going down the lane, the area of bowlers going, where they're playing on the lane, surface. I know some two-handers are throwing urethane.
So what's hard for like tour players like yourself to come bowl this event is this has such a wide variety of skill sets. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people that come and bowl this event to just, it's like, I'm going to go ahead and bowl the Ebonite Fall Classic this year. It's going to be a great experience.
Okay.
But they really don't know how to play the lanes, right?
Kind of just play them how they would in league.
So in this particular event, and you know who you are watching, and this is no offense because every tournament needs them, but when you're going to get 150 unique entries for this event, usually, there are going to be about 50 people here that are just happy to be bowling in the event and wanting to maybe sneak out a cash spot. They probably aren't going to win, but they know they need to test themselves to get better at the game.
100%, and that's they're going to learn a lot about themselves, in those 7 games, and then how you move forward with that is definitely going to, that's where you gain all that experience.
Well, when they're out there being inconsistent or nervous or locked up, their bowling ball goes right, straight, and left, which creates down lane some very interesting, crossing of following people.
Yeah, you could have one lane where it's hooking, maybe at 7 or 8 down lane, you get to the next pair and it might just hit the 6-pin in the face.
So generally straighter is greater.
Okay.
And not giving the head pin away is also pretty nice here.
Yeah, just kind of watching game 1, a little bit of game 2. My strategy definitely is going to stay very similar to how I've read that graph. Ball choices might have changed a little bit based off some of the bowlers that I watched game 1. But overall, I think you've hit the nail on the coffin there, Mike. Like, straighter is greater.
It is. Do you know this Jonathan Shallow right here?
I don't think so.
Okay, great guy. Bowls all of these events, by the way.
Okay,
just bowled 250 the first game, 258. Now he's on his second pair now, right? Like he moved over here.
And I bet you game 1 he probably saw that hook a little bit more, and now we're
absolutely he did
completely with the head pin.
Right. So now when we watch Jonathan here, and I wasn't trying to single him out, good or bad or indifferent, but this just is exactly what happens. You see how you got the picket fence there, the 1, 2, 4, 7 over on 15.
Yeah, we got
2, 4, 10 over there. They're tightening up down lane quite a bit.
Yeah.
You see 2, 4, right? Mm-hmm. So the pattern's just stretching like crazy, and we haven't seen a shit ton of urethane go down the lane either.
No. I saw a couple of,
you're going to see
two-handers, but like overall, it looks like they get like way too tight down lane for even urethane.
Yeah. So the lefties use the urethane and just stay out there, and they do what they do, right? It's just that's just what we've gotten used to.
Yeah, they don't have as much help on that side as
great cover there.
All the righties.
But yeah, so Shallow's a great guy to watch. So my question to you is, learning from you, what would you do watching this if you were Shallow and you just bowled 250 and you came over here and you're having these problems? What's the move? Do you move in? Do you go further out? What do you do?
My first judgment, especially seeing, if they do get tight down lane, is how much is it really hooking in the fronts? Because if it's hooking in the fronts a lot more than I want, it's going to burn up super quick, and it's going to bail down lane. Now, knowing how many loads there are in the front, I don't think there's going to be much early friction based off how much the volume is. So I think he either needs to probably parallel everything if they're that much tighter down lane, so he might see more hold, or he probably just needs to roll the ball a little bit more, because he kind of looked like he got around that last shot. And I know the more you tend to get around the bowling ball, the more sensitive it does get down lane. So seeing him and just knowing what my changes are, like I'm probably going to try to keep the ball rolling a little bit more end over end today and not separate the lane nearly as much, and try to use, more of the middle part of the lane to get the ball started than try to rely on the down lane shape.
And Nick Pay said he would just ball change into his urethane.
Yeah, I mean, that's a typical Nick move right now.
Yeah.
I went and bowled a regional in Myrtle Beach, and I think we were on a similar path. Like, it might have been a little bit longer, and like almost everyone just urethane. And like that was kind of the move, was like, okay, we're gonna throw urethane.
So we'll watch Shallow again here. He bowled he bowled 250 the first game, 258 on his starting pair, comes over to this pair, and now he's got open, strike, spare, but the last spare was a 1, 2, 6, 10, I believe it was.
Yeah, basically the super washout without the 4-pin. So, see if he moves zones here at all. Trying hard to see if he got up the back of it, but he looked like he brought that in just a little bit.
Yeah, he kept it closer to the head pin.
And you can see, like, it's still trying to push for the right.
Oh, yeah.
So they are definitely getting tight down lane. Now, do we know, is this ice oil? Is it terrain?
I don't have that info.
Okay, because, based off how tight they're getting, I'd say this is a lower viscosity oil, which is going to make the ball want to keep going further and further down.
It probably is. I hadn't asked that question, but you're probably right on that one. Kendrick gets a shout out from his parents in Alaska. I'll make sure that we get that shout out there, by the way.
Dude, also, hey, congrats on 100,000 subscribers, man. That's awesome.
I'm pretty proud of it for a couple reasons. The number's great, but here's the thing. Since I started doing this, I've seen Brad and Kyle shoot past me. Mm-hmm. They got to 100,000. I saw Darren Tang do it. I've seen The House do it.
Yep.
I've seen Malia Briggs do it. Belmo did it. But what are all those channels?
They're all like actual bowlers.
Influencer bowler type people, right? Okay. So where I really have to consider my category is PBA, USBC, BPAA, the manufacturers.
You're like the man behind the door.
Like Storm, Brunswick, Columbia, Motive, right? Mm-hmm. And what I think I'm most proud of is it goes PBA, then Inside Bowling.
Dude, that's awesome.
We're just barely ahead of USBC, but we got to 100,000 before USBC. And they're my partners and my friends. I just did a webcast with them last week, whatever. But I'm just pretty proud of that, because over the course of probably 6-7 years of running this channel, it hasn't been my number one priority. It's been running social media for brands, for doing our apparel business. This is a part-time job. And for us to hit 100K.
And now it's almost, becoming a full-time. Now you're getting more and more out there. And you're traveling a little bit. You got to New Mexico this year.
That was a new one. I've added a couple. But when we first launched, I was doing a lot of local tournaments in St. Louis. I used to do the IB Open. That went away. So, I'm probably up 20% in live streams.
Okay.
But, it's still not, I don't want to be on the road every weekend. I don't want to do it 50.
Be that weekend warrior?
I don't. Weekend warrior is you bowlers. I consider this more as being a karaoke guy gig. The karaoke guy sets up in the bar, right, and entertains for a night, and packs up all his stuff and takes it home.
Off to the neck.
Right,
kind of, or whenever that gig comes up.
Right,
again.
So it's a little different. I feel like what I have to do would almost be equivalent. I'm not saying what I'm doing is any harder than what you do, but I'm going to say this. Imagine if you're like, yep, I'm going bowling this weekend. I'm heading out on Friday. I'm putting my lanes in the back of the car and my ball return in the back of the car and my oiling machine and all my oil. And I'm going to go set up my lanes and then I'm going to bowl. And then after I'm done bowling, I got to take it all down, load it in the car and drive it home.
Yeah, could you imagine doing that?
Imagine if all you did was you went in and you got like a piece of real estate and everybody brought their own lane and set it up, and then you bowled on your lane against everybody else.
I
Right?
would make sure the topography is good for how I throw the bowl ball.
That's kind of how that's kind of what I do, but I don't have to go through the physical labor that you guys have to go through by any means. But it's
It's a different kind of talent because, like, as much as like I consider myself to be a social media influencer, understanding like how to put a production on, or like even creating reels is kind of like, becoming a very big tool, I guess, or like, you can take it in school now, like on how to become, a production artist. And
yeah, no question.
there's a lot more to it, and like that's why I kind of haven't started like a YouTube channel like that, because I don't know how to edit video at all, and like I'm so busy with other things that I just don't have time to do it.
Yeah,
Because I can only imagine how much time it really takes to edit video or even set up a production like this.
Infinity Oil here is what I'm being told here in the chat room.
Okay, I can't even tell you which oil that one is. I don't think we use that one very often.
Yeah, I think it's a Midwest thing. I remember it was being used in St. Louis there for a while. But yeah, man, thanks for the congrats on 100K.
Yeah,
it does feel good. I can't wait to get that Google Play button. It's something I've been wanting for a long time.
Oh yeah, that comes with one of those packages you get presented.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing that post.
Me too.
When you get it.
I got to figure out how I'm going to do it, or what I'm going to do with it, or how it's going to all go down. But,
Where's it gonna sit in your house?
In my office. It's going to be in my office. Yeah, at my work. Yeah.
That's super cool, dude.
Yeah, basically I'll have three things side by side. I think I'm going to have my USB-C Hall of Fame plaque, my St. Louis USB-C Hall of Fame plaque, the Google Play button, and then the gift I got from Mike Albee that's a picture signed by Chris Schenkel and Bo Burton.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah,
super cool.
I think we might do that one. So.
All right, well, if you're in the chat, guys, and you haven't subscribed, let's get Mike to 200,000. And all it starts with is clicking that button.
Yeah, I got to put out more content, though. I will tell you, I've done a couple things here recently for the audience. Like, this isn't something that I did. The audience built this. Like, the audience are the ones that click subscribe. I'm sharing it with them. I can't believe anybody even wants to watch these events and listening to me at all. But it works.
It's funny. I had a 2-hour conversation with my parents today on the way down here. And I told them that I was going to be on Inside Bowling. They're like, oh, awesome. I love listening to Mike.
Yeah, well, it's pretty cool. I mean, I would say it's very cool. I just try to relate with people and just try to have a good time, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it provides great entertainment. You get to watch bowling while we're at it.
Yeah, the thing I think I'm most proud of is I'm trying to push the envelope right now with what our sport looks like on this network. So I've been working with Sony regarding 4K cameras. So this is the second consecutive event that we've brought it to everybody in 4K at 60 frames per second. Nobody else is doing that in our industry.
Yeah, first one was what, Springfield? Was it Springfield or was it?
I tried to
New
do it
Mexico?
there, but was missing parts that I needed.
Ah, okay.
I tried to do it in Cape Girardeau at Dennis Hacker's event, and I had to spend $3,000. Then when I went to Springfield, I didn't realize I had to spend another $500 because some others, the wires wouldn't talk to it and whatever. Then I went to New Mexico, and it all worked in 4K, but I didn't have lane talk there. Here, we got lane talk, nice 4.9, by the way, there.
Now we're just putting all the puzzle pieces together.
Now it's all working. Yeah, now we got it. $4,000 later, we're finally there. I'm not complaining about the $4,000. This is a business now. But I'd have to stream 3 of these to break even.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So that's why we sell merch. That's why there's some ads that play, stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I love the website. I was actually last night scrolling through it, just looking at, all the different designs you have with T-shirts and hoodies and, the quarter. I think you have a sale with the quarter zips right now.
Yeah. Yep. It's you try to carve out a niche to be able to make a living in something that you enjoy being around, and I've been able to do that since I've been 16.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Learned a lot over the years. Holy cow, I learned a lot. Made a lot of mistakes.
Mistakes are great because I think we just learn from it. And like even as a bowler, like how many mistakes do we constantly make every tournament we bowl?
Yeah.
We just try to minimize them as best as possible. Oh, I see a Tom Hess sighting. Okay.
Yeah, he's re-entered. He's re-entered this event. Let's do a little analysis here. So Hess started down on lanes 3 and 4, and now he's over on 7 and 8. So it's skip a pair. It seems like is the skip procedure, and he's bowling letter D there. Letter C is Mac Van Zanti. Letter A is Chris Gregg, and letter B is Darren Galbraith. And just to the left of them is Lucas Finley, the lefty, is letter A. He's outstanding. He's made the finals multiple times. Gavin Finley, also letter B. Letter C is is Kendrick Siders, and letter D is Jackson Robinson's. And I'll make sure Kendrick knows that parents are shouting out from Alaska, guys. Great young man as well.
Alaska, that's incredible.
Yep. And so Tom, let's see how he did in game 1. Said he wasn't throwing the ball very good.
Uh-oh. I hope we don't have to flip the page over. Oof. Oof, that is not a great start.
141 start for Tom.
That.
And he already bowled earlier today and got to +1, but thought he could do better this block.
Okay, I mean, they take what, half the field or
a third?
A third. So
yeah.
We have what, 100 and is it a sold out field? Or pretty close?
So this morning they missed 2,
okay,
but everything else will be full because he's going to take some re-entries. Brandon Mooney's getting married this weekend, and he normally bowls, and there's several people at his wedding that normally bowl this event.
It's wedding season. Pack just got married last week.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Packy and Madison. It looked absolutely stunning, that wedding. Yeah, that's probably not the start Tom really was hoping to get off to, especially after seeing the pattern already once and knowing the caliber of bowler Tom is. He's obviously battling something, whether it's, his own brain or, just maybe doesn't have the right bowling balls right now.
I'm going to take a guess. Again, I spent most of the first block just making sure everything was working and set up, so I wasn't watching shot by shot as much as I am this block sitting here with you, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
But, this is a really, really hard pattern. I mean, this is really freaking hard.
Yeah, I mean, the ratio is 1.8 to 1, so yeah.
And the whole middle's 1 to 1 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This pattern's freaking hard. Okay? And I'm not saying that Tom isn't used to bowling on something hard because he's bowled on everything, right? But recently, he's been bowling pretty good. He's been having some success. But I think he might have a board or two to play with a little bit more than what he has on this right now.
Yeah.
And this thing can knock you on your ass in a hurry.
Oh, 100%.
Especially if you think you can shape it. And a player of Tom's caliber, when he's bowling good, he's repeating so well that he can actually play the pattern as if it was like a normal pattern, like a house shot or something, because he's so locked. Yeah, right? Yeah. I think right now, maybe I break it down into 3 things. Accuracy, scale of 1 to 10. Speed control, scale of 1 to 10. Rotation, scale of 1 to 10. Mm-hmm. I think when Tom is bowling his best, he's a 29 combined out of those 3.
I believe it.
I think right now Tom's probably a 26, which is still in the upper percentile of bowlers in the world. Mm-hmm. But I think right now watching him bowl,
just too much rotation.
I don't know. It's one of those things. I can't tell you specifically. Yeah. He's really good with speed control. He's a very accurate player. He's a great spare shooter. I don't know if it's rotation or just where he's playing on the lane, or it could be lane play. But I just don't think he's quite. I think he's close. I think this pattern is so tight or so hard that if you moved your feet one right and kept your eyes the same, you might throw a 5-bagger. You might stand in the same spot and move your eyes to left and throw a 5-bagger. Like, I don't think this is like, all right, I got to get out a different ball.
Yeah, like you kind of already predetermined the moves a little bit.
I think it's really simple 1-and-1s with the eyes. And I don't mean parallel either. I mean, sometimes it's a 1-and-0, a 2-and-0, a 0-and-2, a 0-and-1. on this.
Which we don't ever really see those moves as often now because like they're like whole zone moves.
Zone move.
Yeah.
Look at Finley, man. Finley just runs them over.
Yeah.
He just
230 ho hum.
Oh, that kid is so good, man.
I've never really seen him bowl, so. But
Now, if you want to get into some controversy for a second,
I love a good old controversial debate.
based off of this show I hosted last week, and based off what I was
I watched a little bit
doing
of it.
at the International Bowling Campus, and based off of what I'm kind of seeing is some things changing and moving around, and when urethane's allowed and not, I can say this with confidence that there's going to be more and more events taking place where a urethane ball is not going to be allowed to be used. We're seeing it right now.
Yeah,
So here's my controversy. These lefties like Lucas and some of these other guys, or take it to the tour, Jesper, Buttriff, whoever.
Yeah.
I am excited to see which one or multiples of these left-handers are going to be able to be King Kong with a reactive resin ball. And many people say, well, it ain't going to happen because they don't use it now and they're screwed. I don't think so. I think the lane pattern design is going to change quite a bit when urethane's not allowed. And I think the lefties are going to be able to use reactive, and they're going to be given a little bit of a bone, just like the right-handers are given a bone by themselves with the amount of traffic.
Correct. I firmly believe that.
I think they might start a little easier for the left.
I think there's going to be a lot of bowlers that are they're definitely going to adapt to it in a more positive way. Some people might automatically freak out and think their career is over. But yeah, it's all perspective and how you approach things with change. Because sometimes change can be very scary. And I've learned that just from doing a lot of coaching, that a lot of, players that I coach, they get, a little scared with, the direction or trusting that process of getting better because they get fixated on the result.
Yeah.
But I do agree. I think lefties are a lot more accurate than we think. And, just by taking a ball away isn't going to really tarnish their ability.
No, but there is some things they're going to have to change. Like all I'm doing sitting here after all that crap I did last week, and I mean that with love, the crap I had to do last week, that I was asked to do last week, that I felt like I had to do last week and say yes to do that. I guess what I'm saying is watching Lucas, watching Keaton, watching these lefties that are leading the tournament really have a great look with these urethane balls. All I'm thinking in my mind right now, and this isn't because I'm questioning their ability, but I'm questioning about what would happen if at this event, what if Joe would have said, hey, no urethane.
Yeah.
I would love to see how these guys are bowling, and again, or how they would attack this pattern. What balls would they bring differently? What would they start with? What would they adjust to? Are there more ball progressions? What are they going to do? That part I'm looking forward to seeing, but I hope when it all comes down at the end of, let's just take the PBA Tour, I hope at the end of the season, when you look at the top 10 in points, I hope there's 2 lefties in there.
Yeah.
I hope over the course of a season, if there's 18 titles, I hope 3 are won by lefties. Like, I want to see it all play out. I don't want to see these lefties just like be clueless.
Oh, for sure. I can already tell you which one's probably going to be up there, and he's still up there. I've grown up with him. I've bowled with him a lot. He's a national team member of mine, and that's Graham. Graham is very underrated with how talented he is, how good his hand is. And he loves reactive.
I know.
He just doesn't get to throw it often.
I know.
And he understands lane play, I think, better than most lefties, and knows the bowling balls too, and all the reactive. Even though he's just so prepared in every shape of form.
And he just needs his wrist to be okay.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing I know in the last 5 years
it's
that's
probably
kind of
all
hurt him.
he became a dad. It's probably all the golf he's doing.
Yeah. But I think last year he had a good year because I think he was just healthy.
Yeah.
I think that was the big difference last year with Grammy. But yeah, I love Grammy. I love him. I agree with you 100%. I am looking forward though also with this urethane change. I'm very interested in seeing what some of the ball manufacturers are going to come out with. I can remember cheetah pattern back in the day, which is now dominated by urethane. I remember cheetah pattern back in the day used to be very difficult for a guy like Belmonte at the World Series of Bowling. They'd start with cheetah at the South Point upstairs old bowling center, and he'd be like mid-pack. And by the time it was time for the World Championship, he was in the top 5, right?
And
you'd have
to do what he loves to do.
You'd have some of these like couple trick ponies like Eugene McCune would always be in the top 3 or 4 at the World Series of Bowling, and he'd make the show for the cheetah, but then he wouldn't make the World Championship, right?
Yeah.
So I'm anxious to see when there's short oil, what's going to happen. I remember in Reno one year, Columbia 300 had a ball called the Raw Urge.
Okay.
And that ball rolled terrible for damn near every league bowler in the world. But this Raw Urge was this big ASIM. It just started up and then just rolled.
Super tumbly.
And I remember Adam Barta bowled the World Series that year. Bill O'Neill, Tommy Jones, what they all drill. Brand new Raw Urges. And they bowl good, right?
Nice.
So that's what that's the part I'm kind of pumped about, is to see what's going to happen. Storm came out with a level, right? Brunswick came out with the Rattler NU and the new Blue Hammer.
Yeah.
What are those balls, or what is the
or
future?
Or that new direct hit torpedo.
Yep. Yeah. What is the future of those balls, right?
Yeah.
You know,
that's okay.
Is Motive's tank a true urethane?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's
reactive, isn't it?
Reactive, and they've to me they've kind of they've come a long way and have slowly figured out how to create that shape without using, that.
So if urethane goes away, and I'm not saying that it is, I have no inside scoop. I'm just merely a mediator and facilitator, and I pay attention to what everybody else does. But if urethane goes away, is Motive going to have a leg up, and are they going to have an advantage because they've got this tank?
Yeah, no, 100%. And are they going to maybe say urethane-esque balls aren't allowed, or who knows? Who knows where it's going to go? But I know I've already been trying to adapt to it. I've drilled a couple of balls with a lot shorter pins now.
Yeah.
And just to try to play around.
And pins close to your positive axis point?
Yeah.
Do that too?
Exactly. I've drilled a couple of balls that have been on my axis.
On your axis?
Yeah,
yep.
super big.
Put the pin right on it?
Super big, tumbly balls that, I can kind of still use my speed and my rev rate without trying to change too much and just kind of keep it more in front of me. And they're definitely better when there's some kind of friction down lane because they still want to continue. It's now so trying to figure out when they do get a little tight down lane, kind of what we're seeing here with this pattern, am I going to bucket more? Am I going to 2-4-8-10, kind of what I'm seeing now? Yeah. And what's the solution to that?
Guys, you're watching game number 3 of B Squad qualifying here at the 2025 Ebonite Fall Classic. My name is Mike Flanagan. I'm nice enough to be joined here by Zach Wilkins. We're just kind of kicking it, talking about some things. We've got some new players coming over here in front of us. I do want to ask you something else. We were talking about putting pins closer to the positive axis point with reactive bowling balls as we move into some decisions being made about eliminating urethane bowling balls in some competitions. How's Zach going to manage that? What happens when you put a pin over in your track?
I've honestly never experimented with that.
You're shitting me.
I honestly don't know what that would do, where my track would go, if it would invert it.
Have you ever thought about it?
No. What I've thought about lately is, so I watched, I saw Eric Jones, two-handed lefty. So everyone says two-handers can't have pinned down bowling balls. Okay, well now we're starting to change a little bit of the dynamics of which balls we can use. Probably pattern shape is going to change, so now we have to change stuff. So Eric, on his story, I believe it was a couple of days ago, drilled a 1 reverb, and the pin was below his fingers. And I was like, well, that's weird. You don't see two-handers do that anymore, based off the rules that have changed. And so I asked him, I was like, hey, what is this supposed to do? And he's like, dude, I'm just trying to look for smoother shape with reactive balls. And he threw it, he got back to me, and he's like, dude, this is the slowest, kind of continuous shape I've seen in a very long time with reactive. So, it could be just pinned down stuff we're doing now.
Well, I got a couple things for you.
Okay.
I got a couple things for you. I know you get access to balls. I don't know how you would go about doing this. I don't know if you would say, okay, look, here's a ball that I like and I trust, and I think trying some different sorts of layouts on this would give me a true feel for what it does. You're going to know what that is. I'm not. Mm-hmm. But I remember when Fagan went from the EBI brands to Storm, he drilled his first batch of balls exactly the same as he drilled the EBI balls.
Yep.
And he could not do anything. They were really ridiculously uncontrollable.
Okay.
And then he moved the pins into his track,
Really?
and they got real nice.
What? So this is where I'm a little uneducated. Is I don't know what moving the pin does to the track, like that far over.
It's just moving it. Just by moving it further away from your PAP, like however many inches that is. What is that, like 9?
Yeah, I mean it would get way over 6.
Yeah.
Sure.
So basically, when you're laying out your bowling ball, instead of being like pin above the middle finger, it was even like 2 inches over from there. So he would, and he would get long pins. Like he would get like 5-6 inch pins when possible, right? And would put it way over there in his track. And I think it would really make the ball controllable down lane. So there's something for you to try.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to try that. I mean, I'm always looking for more control or way to, adapt to what we're facing out on the lanes.
I don't know if it works in today's game, so I would I'm dating myself 15 years or so, but I would consult with somebody who's really smart about that stuff and say, has anybody tried? And then the other thing is, you ever put the pin in the center of your palm?
I did do that when we were allowing weight holes. So that was kind of a cool experience. I was able to really see some smoother shape. I did that when I was with Motive on that black Revolt ball, which was like one of their smoothest balls at the time. And it probably became like my most versatile ball. I could use it on short, use it on long. It took surface well, took shine well. Like it just was a more controlled piece because of the layout.
One thing that doesn't make sense to me, and this is when I say things out loud, and then the people that really know what the hell they're talking about can say to me, Mike is a complete just buffoon, idiot, full of hot air, moron that doesn't understand physics of bowling balls. But this is the one that always is kind of, I don't understand. Okay? And I'm gonna take a Storm guy, and then I'll take you.
Okay.
All right, let's take Jesper to start.
Yep.
Okay. Jesper's out on tour, and how many times did you see him having an IQ 78 in his hand, and he bowls 750 to 800 the first 3 games of match play or a block?
A decent amount.
Yep.
Yep.
And then the last 3 games of match play, or the last 5 games of match play, or the qualifying block, he averages like 210.
Yeah, I see him get a 9 quite often.
3 games of the world, he's the same bowler.
Yeah.
Same damn bowler, right? I don't understand how, in the world of all these damn bowling balls that are coming out from all these manufacturers, that nobody has been able to walk up to him and go, all right, dude, you just left 3 7-pins out of the last 4 shots. Here's the next ball.
Yeah, I think we need to go to this one.
Right? And it's not the same ball. It's got to be something else. That's not your thing. I don't understand how, after all these years, there is not the next ball in the progression for him. And again, people are going to say I'm an idiot, right? Because they're going to be like, well, urethane balls, it gets softer, and the footprint on the
I know a lot of them. Like, I know Jesper has, I don't know, he probably...
He tried
5,
level.
6. He has a whole bunch of different arsenals just with urethane, different pins.
I know.
And I know a lot of them sometimes, like, they'll go to the same ball just in a 16-pound because the differentials are different.
Watch Finley here. Watch this. The one is purple.
Oh, that's just
all
he's
day.
got the world front
All
4
day.
this
Yeah,
game, and like
that's what I'm saying.
it looks like he's got a nice soft hand. He's playing
awesome.
the front to back just like a normal lefty would.
He's a great bowler. So, but so I cannot believe. So there's the IQ 78. Why an IQ tour with some tricked out layout isn't the next ball that puts him right in? Like, I don't know why it isn't that simple. Now, it's not that I haven't think that they've tried that. They have, but it doesn't work. That does not comprehend in my brain how that's possible. Same for you, okay? Let's take you for a second.
Yep.
You're up there just killing it with a black hammer.
Yeah.
You or Boog Kroll or somebody, right?
Yeah.
You guys are killing it with a black hammer. Then you guys don't really run into this as much with a flat tenon like crazy, like the lefties do. But let's just say you did. I just feel like I should be able to say, dude, you know that MV Tour that's got that dead layout on it, time to go to that. And you're like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And then you might have to make a 2-in-1 move or something, or stay right where you're at, and next thing you know, it's going through the pins. And
Correct.
And you're ready to go.
Yeah, and I would 100% just, yep, you're right. Let's go to it.
Yeah, and
Boom.
I don't, but
No
that
second
does,
guessing about it.
but that doesn't exist right now.
No, it does
And I
not.
don't know why. And I guess it's just because the urethane cover stock, there's nothing like it. There's just nothing that can even stair step it and get close. And I just,
it's so incredible just to see like how successful just like like this certain ball can really be on.
It's unreal.
On everything, and no one has the right answer to it. We all have our like certain solutions for it, but are they 100% perfect? No.
Here's the other thing. There was a new technology that came out. I don't remember the year. Hey, Wriggles, what year did Proactive come out? Remember the Proactive balls?
Yeah.
Brunswick Proactive?
99, or was it?
That sounds about right. Right around that
It was
range.
right around the turn of the century.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so are you familiar with Proactive bowling balls?
I've heard of them. I think I used it in that Pro Brunswick bowling with Mike Albee on my PC.
Oh, I'm sure you did. So they had these Proactive balls, right? And they didn't last very long because they didn't hook enough down lane. So now I'm thinking, shit, could these guys bring back Proactive balls in today's environment? And would first of all, is Proactive even legal anymore? I don't know any of this stuff.
That's like way beyond my head.
But what if Proactive came back? And Storm used to do cool stuff to make the balls hook more.
Okay.
Like add mica to the cover stocks. That IQ Nano, they had nano technology, all that shit.
Yeah, like the virtuals and all that stuff.
Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, I think like the brands of Brunswick kind of got close with the HK stuff, for a little while, and now, it could be a brand new.
Well,
just a brand new additive to the bowling balls, or like brand new, complete different cover stocks than we've ever seen in our lives.
That doesn't get softer, right?
Yes.
That's got whatever those things are they put in there that I don't know what they are, but I just think to myself that there's going to be, if this stuff is going away and it's being phased out at whatever level, that these manufacturers are going to be in the lab throwing some stuff against the wall, and they're going to have some duds, but they're going to have some balls that might help change the game and give these guys what they need, because there's a massive need, if urethane goes away, for these lefties to be able to camp out on the gutter.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
And be able to have control.
You also wonder at what point, is it maybe, the panels, because like panels get old and they're not often changed, regularly. 20, 30 years go by, still the same panels.
Yeah, I got an idea for that too.
Okay, I'd love to hear it. If you want to say
I got an idea for that.
Okay.
Yeah, because you say this because I've been covering bowling for a while now. It's been over a decade, even longer than that now, I think. I don't think there's been one time that I've ever gone on the air and said, welcome to the XYZ Open, folks. Let's go ahead and take a look at the oil pattern. And folks, here's what we're going to see here today. The fronts are going to hold up all day because they are fresh and squeaky clean, and they are going to hold up all day. And the heads are going to burn up, and there's a lot of depression in the front part of the lane, and the front panels are on fire, and all you hear about is the front's hook.
Yeah.
Every center of the front's hook. It's almost like saying, there's air in the building, we're going to breathe it today. Okay, it's kind of pointless to say it.
Yeah.
So you need some sort of material, and I would say the arrows would be printed on this material, so it would go just past the arrows, and it needs to be something, and I'm not a chemist and I'm not a physics guy. I don't know what those materials are, but somebody told me, and again, I don't know if this is the right one, marble.
Oh, okay.
Marble heads.
Huh. Yeah, I don't think you could really make those hook.
But also, I hear marbles can be brittle.
Okay.
So if you're lofting it onto marble, you could crack the heads.
Yeah.
But that's the stuff it's way above my head. I don't know.
What about titanium?
Maybe.
You know, like maybe a harder kind of metal or marble. I never even thought of marble. Like, you know, you see them just in like your typical kitchen countertop.
Yeah,
but like they are pretty. Like, imagine how like thick you could have them to like maybe, you know, for the lofting of the bowling ball, like calibrate that. That's actually a smart idea.
Yeah, I don't know if that. I mean, could you? So I would love for somebody to build a marble lane.
Well, then we got our next project, Mike. There you go.
Could you oil a marble lane?
I don't see why you can't. I think it would be extra slick.
I mean, you would. I mean, but I don't know. I don't know if it would bleed into the marble and it would suck it in. I don't think it would.
Are you going to be the first person to do it?
Or
Just go
quartz.
Fine. Do you have a bowling lane accessible to yourself at all, or no?
Not really. I mean, I could probably if I really wanted to, but
I wonder how much that experiment would cost just to buy, you know, the first 20 feet of marble. But
well,
like,
yeah, it wouldn't matter what it
the
looks
lane.
like. So you would just want to go to one of those granite countertop or marble type places and say, "What do you have that's been sitting here that nobody wants in their home?" Because I don't care.
Yeah,
right?
correct.
I'll even return it after. I don't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I said that on the broadcast. I don't know, sometime in August. I said maybe the front panel should be downhill.
Damn. Now we're really thinking outside.
Not much.
I didn't even think about that. Like, you know, changing the topography of it to make
just
it.
jack it up like a half inch.
Yeah. Now, would that, like, you know, going back up the hill, would that, like...
It would just go down and straight. It would never go up.
Okay. Yeah, fair. You don't want the ball slowing down too much.
Right. I mean, all this is probably just somewhere on another planet, but it is fun to think about and talk about how things could change. Meanwhile, Lucas over here left this 3-pin. His ball did not quite corner on that one.
Still on pace to, you know, bowl another great game. And, you know, after 2 games, he's probably pretty close to being 100 over, which we do have a kind of a 2-game update, which Lucas, 107 over after 2 games, followed by Jake Boxty at 94. We got Kyle Rosenberg at 89. And then we can really start to see the second game kind of, you know, a little bit of havoc. The score, we don't see as many higher pluses this
You had
game.
26 plus after the first game.
And we are down to 23.
Yep, and it'll be at like 18 after this game.
And
That's just kind of how it goes.
After Rosenberg, we got Andreessen at 50 over, Dave Dentlinger 49 over, Isaac Goodman at 47, Tyler Masterson 42, Kevin Magnuson at 37, tied with Andrew Blaney, and rounding out the top 10 this squad, Josh Kennedy at 36 over with about 13 other people plus. Yeah, I've been watching the screen as much as we've been talking, and I can really see they are getting extremely funky down lane. So I'm definitely going to have a lot of fun with this, I think. I love grinding these kind of events, and, you know, where spare shooting becomes a little bit more of a premium.
Well, I'm looking forward to you bowling on it because, you know, I don't know if you've bowled on anything quite this hard in a little while. Now, the New Mexico Open, I thought was pretty tough.
Yeah, it kind of gave, like, yeah, New Mexico was tough. I think there was really only one way to kind of play that pattern, and everyone kind of knew that.
Yeah.
Where, you know, you've said here we've got a lot of different, you know, uniqueness of bowlers that are going to cause a little bit more havoc with that transition. So.
Yeah, do you, were you surprised that Dallas Leong won that tournament?
Honestly, not really. I mean, the guy is obviously a tour caliber bowler. His accuracy is very good. He may not have the rev rate, but knowing, you know, the shape of what we had to do with that pattern, that's something Dallas excels at. And, you know, it did not surprise me to see he bowled extremely well, and then eventually going on to win that tournament. You know, rightfully so, he deserved it. He threw it amazing all weekend.
I was really a little dumbfounded with that pattern that urethane was that much in play.
I couldn't believe it. Like, that
really shocked me.
That was mainly what kept me kind of in that pattern a little bit, not gonna lie. But once I kind of figured out the reactive, then reactive made a lot more sense than throwing urethane. Once I figured out, you know, what kind of surface I needed, what angles I needed, reactive just made or made the picture more clearer. And, you know, how many times have we seen it? You know, you're lined up with urethane, and then the transition happens, and now we don't know what ball to get into. Where if we're in reactive, we kind of already know our progressions of where we're going to get to, right?
Yeah. I'm going to put you on the spot, and you can abstain from answering.
Okay,
But
I mean,
but I am
very-
curious. You can't abstain. I'm just giving you
That's fine.
giving you a get out of jail free card here. Would you rather see the Professional Bowlers Tour have urethane on it or not urethane on it?
I'm not biased by any means on it, so I would prefer it to be just get rid of it. Like, there's too much debate on it right now where, you know, there's some pros, there's some cons, but like, if it's gonna, you know, continue to be the talk of our sport, just get rid of it. There's a lot of good benefits to it, you know, especially for the bowlers that are learning. And I think of, you know, like golf, like, you know, the urethane is kind of like the bigger cavity backs, which help you hit the ball, you know, where the pros, you know, they hit blades.
I've never heard it explained this way, but it's kind of clicking in my brain. Yeah.
You know, where urethane is, you know, the cavity back, but we've been able to create such a piece that is still useful for the top guys too. We just understand that if we want to be a little bit more successful, that, you know, it makes more sense to throw reactive and makes our, you know, progressions much easier. But that's my view. Like, if we're going to continue to have, you know, some negative debates on it and a lot of negativity that comes with it, just get rid of it. Like, I love that, you know, they've created a ball that no one else can replicate, or, you know, or a ball that the other companies have come close to that still give all their players success. But if we're going to always have negative debates on it, then, you know, especially with how vocal social media is nowadays, you know, just get rid of it at the tour level. You know, everyone out there is smart enough that we're going to figure it out with that change and carry on.
There you have it.
Who's this guy? We got 279 pace going on, and like, you can see, like, he's still. No, that would not be him. No, I lied. That would be letter D.
Yeah. Letter C over here
Who do we have? This
is
game 3.
Kendrick Siders from Alaska.
Okay.
Mom and Dad watching in the chat.
Mom and Dad, 279. That's got to make. That's a really good game going into game 3.
Anyway, good talk. Good, you know, chatting about it. I am a little sick of talking about urethane, but I did want to get your perspective.
Yeah, of course. I think the cool thing, like, I'm very vocal and honest about things, and I mean, sometimes that gets you into trouble, right? But, you know, I'd rather not fake it till you make it and kind of earn everything, even if it does create some enemies along the way, you know. And, like, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I respect everyone's opinion. And sometimes, you know, the way I think of things, if it doesn't make sense in my head, but then the way they say it, you know, may make sense and click in my head, and, you know, hear a different view and kind of learn from that. So, like, I'm not biased by any means.
Well, Zach, you can stay as long as you want. I wasn't going to keep you as long as this.
I'll probably get out of here after this game, go check into my hotel, relax for, you know, hour or two, get a quick bite to eat, kind of get fueled up and ready to attack this tougher pattern that we see here out in front of us.
I'm glad you're up here, part of this.
Thanks for the invite. I know, like, you know, you kept, you know, every time I see you with all of your, you know, other events or just, you know, in the bowling alley, you know, whether it was tour or not, but you saying, hey, you got to come check out these events, and yeah, we made sure to put them on our calendar this year.
I think this is the best. I think these two tournaments up here are kind of the best kept secrets in bowling.
It sure seems like I walked in here, or I wouldn't even say walked in here. I turned into the parking lot and I was like, Where am I parking? There's
yeah.
so many cars here.
Yeah. And tonight there'll be a ton of people in here having drinks, watching the bowling. Yeah.
The restaurant bar area looks
It's amazing.
And
food here is
immaculate.
great. Yeah. Yeah. They'll have a band out on the parking lot tonight also. There'll be a whole bunch of locals out there packing I think it's their
Okay.
last one of the summer.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Hopefully, don't finish too late, and maybe I can catch some of that band later tonight.
Yeah.
No, I know we start early tomorrow, but I'm a big music guy.
What do you think of my graphics package here? We built it a little different for Lane Talk. We never did Lane Talk in this building in the past. What do you think?
I love it. I like that you can see the score, especially for the cameras that it's set on. You have the bottom right corner of the other pairs. Everything about it. Like, you got your coupon code, you got the website. If you do a sales pitch online, get them into buying those, quarter zips that are on sale right now.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, if for the home of bowling, I love inside bowling.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I made it, normally Lane Talk, we put a whole thing across the top.
Okay.
It's all the way, but I decided let's do a little protrusion and give more of the center. You know what I mean?
That's a word that is not in my vocabulary.
But a protrusion, like, a little notch.
What's the language of origin on that?
Protrusion. I don't know, but I thought, I try not to take up. I really don't want the whole screen to be nothing but graphics, right? And shooting the score monitors ends up sometimes. I go back to some of my old live streams back in the day, and it'd be a third of the whole screen is just the scoreboards, and I cringe looking at them.
I don't know. I don't even know if you did this on purpose, but the protrusion of it, or whatever that word was, kind of fits with the maple lanes going across the masking units there.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. I got a graphics team guy named Carlos does those for me, and we talked about it on like Thursday of this week. I'm like, I got Lane Talk up there. Can we build something cool for the top? Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, I want it rounded. I want it to come around rounded.
Yeah.
I don't want, straight off edges. So he hooked it up for me.
No, it looks great. It looks great, man.
4K. They upgraded their internet here. 900 up. I used to come up here, it'd be 4 up. Now we have 900 up.
Is that good?
It's amazing.
Okay, I don't know.
This 4K needs 20.
Okay. And you got 900.
Yeah.
That sounds incredible.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's super fast.
Yeah.
Super clear, super fast.
Yep. It's pretty nice.
Maybe see the sweat coming out of their pores.
Finley is in fuego. 237 that game.
Yeah, he's going to be 140 over, in his sleep.
Now, I should prepare you for something.
Okay.
When you make the cut on Sunday, you're going to look around. You might be the oldest guy bowling.
Damn it. That's crazy to think about because, I still consider myself, one of the youthful, younger guys now, but...
This is a college tournament up here almost, man.
Yeah.
There's so many college bowlers in this
Who would have
thing.
thought 32 is the new old, right?
Dave Dillinger, I don't know how much you know him.
I bowl every year with him and Aaron McCarthy at the Tomsu, so I know Dave very well.
You know Dave very well.
Yeah.
So Dave bowls these things.
Yep.
He is like the man, right?
Okay.
Dave's the man. And so there's been multiple times where he makes the top. They do like an inverted thing here, top 10 make the step ladder here.
Okay, cool.
There's this bracket that then the top 4 are already seated into the step ladder, but then 5 through 10, 7 bowls 10, 8 bowls 9, winners of that, then bowls 5th and 6th. Winners of those winners bowl each other, then the winners bowl to be the number 5 seed.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
That's unique.
And then it's 5, 4, 3, 2, well, so.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there's been multiple times when Dave makes the top 10 and everybody else is under the age of 22.
they're more than half his age.
I have nicknamed him Dinosaur Dave. Dinosaur Dave. And it's become a whole thing. He says he's got people sending him dinosaurs to his pro shop and everything now.
I might have to go hit up like Hobby Lobby or something.
Dinosaur
and go find
Dave.
one of those pet dinosaurs.
That's it.
Bring it to the Tom Sioux for him.
Dinosaur Dave. Dave Dintlinger.
That's funny. All right, I'm gonna go check into the hotel now, get all ready, and kind of. Well, I'm gonna turn on Inside Bowling still.
Yeah, watch some more ball
Watch
reaction.
some more, because we're only game 3 in, so I'd definitely love to see how game 5 and 6 kind of, get into. Like, do we start seeing more people get further left? Are they still trying to, play the straighter angles?
The heads hook more, and they're even more inconsistent down lane.
Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like. So, but no, it was a great discussion today, Mike. I always love coming into the booth, chatting with you. Guys, if you're in the chat or even watching, hit that subscribe button for Mike. Let's get him to 200,000. Let's get him another YouTube plaque.
That's right. That's right. Thanks, brother.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Zach Wilkins, he's up here in Iowa, folks. Hopefully he gets hooked like me, and I see him at every event moving forward that he can make it to where there's not something else going on. I think I'm going to be joined by another guest back-to-back here today. Looking forward to spending a little bit of time with him. I think Wriggles is going to come sit in the booth and join us for a little bit. Thanks, Thelma. Appreciate you very much. I certainly appreciate everything that my fellow cohorts out in the field are doing by streaming events also. But, it's fun to have your own little touch on what you do and how you do things. So I appreciate that comment very much. We're out here just killing it. 2, 4, 8, 10 converted over on 3. See if my replay here. Because I'm using these 4K cameras, I am curious. When you zoom in with the old cameras, it gets pretty pixelated. So let's see what this looks like if I zoom in on this. Might have messed the whole thing up now. Let's see where we're at. There it is. All right. Folks, here we go. 2, 4, 8, 10 conversion coming at you now. Let's see how bad I messed this up. Nope, there it is. I think that was the 2, 4, 8, 10. That wasn't the washout, was it? And I just totally oversold that. That was 2, 4, 8, 10. I'm almost positive. Convince me otherwise. Hopefully you enjoyed our time with Zach Wilkins. I can go ahead and remove him off the screen now. What did everyone start out throwing today? Most of the lefties are using urethane. The righties are using a little bit of everything, but primarily reactive. I'm still here with you folks, just organizing a few things here.
I'm sneaking right by you, Kyle.
All right, let's see where we're at here. Jeff, whenever you want to join. By the way, pick out whatever size shirt you want.
I'll still do extra large.
There you go, buddy. All right, getting ready to roll into game number 4. All right, joining me now from 11thframe.com and the man I met at Doug Buer's wedding. I don't even know how many years ago now.
2009, I believe that was. I've told that story.
16 years ago.
I've told that story to a few people over the years. Who is this? I met this craziest guy. He's got more ideas than you could ever believe.
Yeah, I was running bowling centers at the time. I didn't know what the hell I was going to start doing.
Yeah. Some of them, many of them, have kind of come
Some
through,
of them,
right?
yeah.
At least some of them.
I'd love to go back and be able to replay that conversation. I don't even know what the hell I said that day.
At my age, I can't remember things as well anymore. So.
I've got brain fog myself. Anyway, you were the one that told Joe you should get this guy Flanagan to come stream these tournaments up in Iowa, and he did, and I'm still doing it.
Indeed.
Isn't that weird?
Yes.
I remember the first couple up here. You bowled, Steve Richter bowled.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like Rob Gottschall were in the field.
Yeah, I wish these had been around about 30 years ago when I would have been very competitive. I was at the very, when I started bowling these, I was at the very end of being competitive. And watching these kids, I want no part of them. I don't know if my 30-year-old Jeff would have wanted much of these guys.
Real quick, because I don't want to not do this, but to those of you that are watching our stream here today, or maybe sometime in the future on an archive, if you're not subscribed to the 11thframe.com, you really should consider doing that. If you're a fan of bowling and want to know what's going on in the industry, Jeff writes a lot of information about bowling as a true journalist within our sport. And if you'd like to sign up and be part of that, you can do so at 11thframe.com. How much is it to be part of 11thframe.com?
Well, if you were an existing person, you can get the grandfathered $20 for a year through the rest of this year, I think it is. Forget how we set it up. I think Brian set it up for the rest of this year. But otherwise, it's $4 a month, or if you do it for a year, it's $3 a month, which is $36. Huge price increase this year. So
Yeah.
from $2 to $3 a month.
Yeah. So anyway, support this guy. You really should consider it. I do. I've never asked for a free membership, even though Brian's a friend of mine. I've never said, "Hey, get me a free login." I pay it every year. I think it's the right thing to do.
There are very few comp ones out there, but there are a couple people. You know, when you're a journalist, you get press passes to go to sports events because you're there to cover it. You're there to work, not to enjoy it, so to speak. So I kind of courtesy back the other way for things, but I always do appreciate those who I would give them to who want to pay anyway. Example, Tom Clark. He pays, Example, USBC, they pay. And I'd be happy to have given both of those groups people comp one. So that's always appreciated.
It's because it's such a low amount. And
Right.
why I think we all are like, well, let's just do this because I just think it's better. If you were like 150 a year, gotta be honest, I might have did that. You got a discount code?
If it was 150 a year, I'd have about 20 subscribers. And I wouldn't really blame them.
I think you'd have 100.
Maybe.
There's 100 people that care that much about
Yeah.
this stuff.
It might be worth it in another year when I retire from the newspaper, roughly a year. Let's just say 2027. It might almost be worth it if I can do what I'm planning to do and devote enough the time I'm going to plan on devoting. We'll have to see. Health and everything obviously plays into that. I'd like to find somebody who was worthy of taking it over. 'Cause I'm going to go till 70, which I've been telling people, and that'll be 2032. I promise Susie, I'm done at 70. And health will play a big part in that. Who knows if I'm going to be here when I'm 70.
There are only 3 people in this industry that I think could even be considered for that. But there's probably more, but there's just 3 that come to my mind off the top of my head.
Well, the biggest problem is that I don't think it's feasible to make an actual real living off of this. There just aren't enough people that will pay enough to cover, not only a reasonable amount of income, but also, you're going to have to buy your own health insurance and all that. So it's almost has to be somebody that has another job. And for me, that was what I always had with the newspaper in Madison, newspaper company. So I never had to depend on the income from 11thframe.com to pay bills or anything, which affords me the independence to truly do the job that I do, which is, speaking truth to power and telling people my real views, and I don't have any agendas or anything other than my journalism and what I believe. So, and anybody that's in the industry and had another job that was bowling related, my newspaper job, they don't care about bowling at all there. They just care that I follow the basic ethical policy that the paper does. That's all I've ever been told. And occasionally I let my editor read a story that might present some problems, and I never have any problem with that. So, but I do have I have a couple of names, but in my head. But it's hard. It's because, if you do the job right, you're going to anger people. It's inevitable. And, if you're subject to needing to make a living off doing what this is, what it is, then, boy, you might pull your punches, and you can't pull your punches if you're a real journalist. So it's difficult.
Picking it up here in game number 4, I'm joined by Jeff Riggles from 11th Frame here. Down on lanes 5 and 6, we have letter A is Keith Schneider, letter B is Tyler Masterson, letter C is Devin Titus, letter D is Theron Mitchell. And in on lanes 7 and 8, we've got letter A is our man Dinosaur Dave Dentlinger, along with Jake Bedard, who's letter B, Shan DeBauer, who is letter C, and Kurt Kroll is letter D. Bottom right of your screen, I believe, is the Brock Hogland pair. Brock Hogland is letter A, Patrick Hovda letter B, Josh Kennedy letter C, Jason Moberg is letter D. And then right next door over there on the bottom right of your screen, you've got A is Brett Lloyd, B is Kyle Rosenberg, C is Charlie Brown on a re-entry, and Mackenzie Julian is letter D. Looks like we've got scores after 3 coming in. And we'll take a quick look-see at those. Lucas Finley, 7:44 to start. Great young lefty. 7:28 for Box D. Kyle Rosenberg is third at 7:10. Kennedy is fourth at 6:58. Fifth is Kendrick Siders at 6:52. Currently right now, 21 players or plus are better on this squad. There are 56 on this squad, so that would mean
Jeez.
19 or so would make it off this squad if it was, pattern equality, squad equity, whatever you call that. So around 10 over off of this squad is kind of where we're at after 3 games.
If you let me bowl on a house shot and made these guys bowl on this, I could be competitive.
Yeah.
That's about the only way.
Score's a little bit higher here, this block, but we saw them really level out. We saw some higher scores earlier, but not quite as many as this block here. Quite a drop-off. 3 guys bowled 700, then 658 is the next high. Lucas Finley opened was 268, 239, 237 for 744. Jake Bosty got a lot of it in game 1 with 280, 214, 234. Kyle Rosenberg, 243, 246, 221. This tournament's really become a very young tournament nowadays.
Just like the 11thframe.com Open and then the one in the winter. They're like big college tournaments.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed your event this year, bud.
Hey, that's okay.
I finally got back for a year, and then I left you again.
Well, Emil did a fabulous job. I had a great time working with him. 11th frame tournament just turned out great. So there was no harm to us, and I think you were a great benefit to Mike Fagan. And went home and watched back some of the New Mexico Open from there. Fascinating stepladder. I watched the whole stepladder.
It was.
And it looked like it was really an interesting lane pattern, and I find that tournament to be really interesting. When I was, younger, and so far to go, obviously from here, but that's the kind of tournament that I would have sort of considered, say, if it was around in the 1990s. As much money as it is in that. And I back when I could bowl, I loved them. And the harder they were, the more I liked them. Boy, they really have some patterns for that tournament. And
yeah,
it was again
a lot of change this year with Mackey not owning the center anymore, Mike Miller not running the center and in charge of the pattern. They used to hide the pattern, and you just showed up. You only had one chance at it. Fagan takes over the center and wants to make it more of a European type tournament where there's re-entries and people. He wants to bring people in from all these different states all throughout the U.S. So it's kind of fair to put out this is what our pattern's going to be.
Yeah,
what to travel with.
If people are going to travel a super long distance, and if anybody's flying, boy, I mean I'm for transparency, period. But if you're asking people to come in where they've got to fly and you don't give them that advanced knowledge, you're really putting them at a huge handicap.
Yeah, so quite a few changes there, and I was part of the pattern design process in that one, and several of the players said, the cut score ended up being higher, but it's a re-entry tournament. We believe that if it was just, Francois actually said this to me, I don't think he minds me saying it, if it was a one-entry tournament, the scores might have been even lower than in years past.
And I also, if you're going to ask people to come from a long ways, I think the re-entries does make sense. Because if I only get one shot at it and I'm going to travel that far, and these days you're probably making your lodging reservation for several days then, and then you only have the one shot you miss, then you're kind of really, that just doesn't seem. I don't have, as if I was competing in it, I'll put it this way: if I was competing in it, it wouldn't bother me. I've never had a problem with re-entry terms, so long as first-time entrants, as we've done at 11thframe.com Open, they have a priority. Fascinated by how difficult they are. The pattern is close to flat, so it makes sense, but I kind of thought that people could break it down, but as I was walking around, people are playing everywhere. There's people playing outside 5, people playing close to 20, and there's so much urethane going down the lane, it looks like, or enough urethane going down the lane to make them tricky pair to pair.
Yep, no doubt.
I'm curious. I have not said one word to Joe, just haven't had a chance with everything I got going on, what he's going to do the next season with his urethane rule, if anything. I guess there's 3 rules basically, and you got to choose one.
Yeah.
So I don't, and for the 11thframe.com Open, I wrote this It won't be my input at all. It'll be totally Joe's decision because it's part of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. He has a points list, and he needs to come up with one rule for all the GIBA tournaments, and I'll follow it. I won't have any problem, whatever he decides to do, because I'm fine with all the rules as long as you do enough checking to make sure that people aren't soaking.
Right.
I'm agnostic on the. I just want it to be settled so that I can quit writing about it. God. That was the only reason my joke was I wish they would ban it so that I would never have to write about it again. By the way, I praise you for a good job with the USBC. What do we call that? Sport
Bowling Show.
Yeah. I thought you did a good job with that.
I appreciate it. I've had a few bowlers step up to me here today and say, "Hey, great job on that show," and that makes me feel good because I try to be Switzerland, especially over the last. Ever since I got out of working with the bowling ball manufacturers, I've really tried. It's hard to be Switzerland when you're getting paid by a ball company in this.
Yes.
It's very hard. But since then, I've tried to, I still pick my battles. I still do my things. I still say what I want to say at times. But for the most part, I'm pretty chill. And I like the fact that I have better relationships with people that I didn't have great relationships in the past. And I'm still working on repairing those. And then the people that have been in my corner that give me opportunities, I certainly appreciate those still, even when sometimes you get the call about doing something that you're not ultimately comfortable doing, but somebody else thinks you should be the one to do it, so you step up and you do it. And I enjoyed my time there with those guys. I got pretty educated, learned a lot, and try to do my best I could with that show. And I watched it back. I watched my opening monologue, or whatever you want to call that. It's like the Tonight Show, right? My opening monologue. And I said some stuff from the heart on there. One of the things is, and I didn't talk about this instance, but I'll do it with you. When I was probably 2012, and I had just kind of started inside bowling, and I thought I knew everything. Now I know everything. Back then I thought I did. But no, so the U.S. Open happened. The women's U.S. I think it was the U.S. Open outside in Reno.
In Reno with the sand and the wind. Oh, God, that was awesome.
So I went online that night and said, boy, I feel for these ladies. What a giant mistake that they did this. Okay. Well, I got a call from Chris Chartrand the next day. And I ended up hosting some show on Inside Bowling Ustream back in the day. And I had, what was the guy, Johnson, that was running the BP
Steve Johnson.
Steve Johnson came on. Chartrand came on. And we had this whole show, and we discussed how it happened. And that these guys put a lot of time, energy, work, thought into it. And this was an anomaly that this windstorm came through there, according to these guys, right? And they did a really good job of explaining of why they thought this was a good idea and how it was just really bad luck that this happened. It wasn't because they're idiots that they put it outside. And I immediately jumped to conclusions and said, this was a horrible mistake. I feel for these women having to bowl on this to determine a major in our sport. And I just kind of roasted them out of nowhere online without having any context or understanding of what took place. They had certain things that they did that were precautions for that. It just was something outside of their wildest imagination. They tested, all these things. It just was a horrible combination. It'd be like me saying, boy, what a bunch of dumbasses for getting struck by lightning. Right? Well, how do you know you're going to get struck by lightning, right? Don't be outside. Well, they were trying to do something really cool, and the environment was awesome. So anyway, that's my example of back in the day, I would just mouth off about whatever without knowing the facts or really thinking about it. And so I tried to preface earlier this week's talk is, I do believe in many instances in our sport that we do have some really good people that are smart, that know what they're doing and have the experience and the time to make the right decisions. And before you just jump to social media and think of it from one perspective, really sit down and think about it before you speak up about it, if you can. I feel like there's a stat out there, isn't it? If you log 1,000 hours at doing anything, you become pretty damn good at it.
10,000 hours is what to become a professional or whatever.
An expert?
Yeah, an expert,
Yeah.
yes. Takes 10,000 hours to master something or something.
Okay.
Like that, yeah.
So, and I always tell people this, right? So, the Tom Frenzel, for instance, who I don't know personally at all, but he was the expert on the show. He works 50 hours a week in that lab and has been doing that for, I think, like 7 years. Okay, so do the math.
Yep.
50 hours a week, gets a couple weeks for vacation. Let's put him at, 50 times 50, 2,500. Times 7 years, he's got 10,000 hours into that job. He's an expert. So who am I to sit there and say, oh, you're looking at it all wrong, right? I mean, if all of a sudden you and I decided we wanted to play tennis against each other, if you went out and played tennis for 1,000 hours, I'm not taking the 10,000 number, but just 1,000 hours, and I haven't played 1,000 hours, I would believe you should kick my ass.
Oh, yeah. I would certainly agree. And
Right.
I thought he did a really good job and covered a lot of he covered all the ground that needed to be covered, and most notably that out of that whole thing to me was the very good explanation, and anybody can go and see it, and it's in the documentation that's with the news release, the difference in soaking on a urethane versus, a modern urethane versus a reactive. And if you want, I've been told exactly what he explained by a zillion experts. Every person that I've asked has said the same thing, but I've never seen it explained. And with their testing with Earl, the most valuable player in bowling, Earl,
Yeah.
They were able to show the difference, the difference of the two things soak, and anybody that said, okay, why do we treat urethanes differently than reactives? Well, all you had to do was watch the 5 minutes that he spent on that topic, and
Correct, yeah.
if you don't understand it then you're not going to understand it, and you need to think a little better. So
The biggest takeaway for me that I really didn't understand was how many people are soaking bowling balls.
yeah, if everybody in the bowling industry could see my inbox, this would have happened sooner. Trust me, and I guarantee USBC has every piece of information I probably have times 10 or 100.
I mean, it's happened overseas.
Yep.
It's happened everywhere. Like it's a thing. People are doing it.
Yep, and it's not. I've heard some stories of different ways of doing it that aren't just, say, acetone or MEK or whatever, that flabbergasted me, and I will never share them because I don't want to give people ideas. But I was like, it made me realize that this problem is way more than I imagined it to be. I mean, I kind of started knowing about, I don't know how many years ago, from the World Championship stories that I got, and then they ended up changing the rule, IBF did, so that told me that what I was told then, which I wrote about after the rule changed, what I was told then probably for sure did happen, or at least they believe it did happen. So it's a problem. If you can't enforce a rule, you can't really have the rule, and if you want to enforce the rule, you got to find out how to do it. And man, soaking bowling balls, boy, that goes back to right before I started bowling, and I was probably 12 when that, so I wasn't a competitive bowler yet, but I was a competitive bowler at 15. I went to men's leagues and started bowling big tournaments in Wisconsin, and I was in constant contact with people who'd done it and lived through it at that time, so I know how bad it was then, and it's out there now. The only criticism, I added this to my story, you probably haven't even had a chance to look at it. I had one criticism for you, and you didn't follow up on the thing that made me jump out of my chair that Tom Frenzel said, was that the PBA Players Committee wanted urethane banned. I had not heard that from anyone. And I would have immediately said, whoa, time out. Tell me more about this. Did they have a vote? Is it just the chairman?
We're going to get to this in just a second.
Okay.
So we just saw a 710 converted.
All right.
And I actually clipped the first shot, and I want to show you this. I thought this was interesting pin action. Watch this. Like off his hand, he's like, okay, all right. Is it going to make it to the pocket? And then look at that leave. Then he picks it.
I have seen enough 210s today. Whew, walking up and down here.
Okay, so Jeff, how do I handle this?
Oh, and believe me, I know that he wasn't supposed to say that. I've heard since then.
Okay, so
But he did say it, so.
Okay, so here's the thing. There were a couple times he said something I thought was really, really important, and I had him repeat it. If you watch the show, I said, say that again. Right? Or I would reinforce the point when I thought it was something really, really important. I thought that was really, really important. And as a host who's cooperating with two other people on the show, and I wasn't sure if that was something that should have came out of his mouth or not, I did not follow up, and I moved on immediately out of respect to him as somebody who's on the show with him. Now, from a journalist perspective, like you're looking at it, I should have been like, say that again out loud. But in that particular case, I wasn't sure if that was supposed to come out. And I think some other people are dealing with that situation. So I took the high road and just, I said, oh, okay. And then I moved right on to the next thing because I didn't want to hammer that one.
I've tried to get more information about that to add to my story, and that is a radioactive topic. No one is going on the record to talk about that. So, but I don't really understand. To me, they can't have a view. I mean, this is not a black and white topic. There are a lot of different ways to look at it, and there are a lot of really smart people who have different opinions on it. And I don't think, it's not like he said, Joe Blow's a pedophile, some kind of thing that you can't say and is wrong. I think that's a legitimate topic that all the players, obviously they all have opinions, and I don't see any problem with them being allowed to voice their opinions. I just thought it was, what made it interesting to me was that he didn't say PBA players, a lot of PBA players have told me that. He made it sound like that was the official position of the committee, the players' committee.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me go, wait a minute, that means, so there was a vote, or how did they come about to make this an official position? And then I immediately thought, how many players out there that want urethane still to be used, how pissed are they at the other players, whoever voted, I just...
The whole tricky part of this is the PBA has ruled that they're going to allow urethane.
Yep.
And if there was a voice to the USBC from the Players Committee that they want to get rid of it, then why would the PBA continue to have urethane on their tour if the Players Committee doesn't want it, right? So there have to be other factors.
Yep.
There have to be other decision makers that are taking gobs of other information and coming out with a different rule.
Yeah, well, I think just for anybody out there, I think it's real easy to see the PBA's position on this. And Tom has explained this, and Neil Stremmel really well. You can't have balls that get below 73. Previously it was 72 in use. I don't care about the chemistry arguments that they're not actually softer. I don't care about... We have a rule. The rule is 73 hardness. If you have a ball that goes below 73 and you can measure it the way we measure it by the rules, then you're breaking the rule, and you can't have that happen. You just can't. You're not a legitimate sport if you just say, well, we're going to ignore that rule because we don't feel like it matters. No. Well, if you feel that, then get rid of the rule or change it or whatever. But so that's the legitimate position of the PBA is we're going to make it 78. These balls drop naturally 4 to 5 points. They're still above 73. Perfectly. Took care of it. And the PBA can enforce it because they only have to deal with roughly 100 people each week other than the couple tournaments. And they can spot test enough so that no one's going to cheat. I don't believe. Because if you were a PBA player and you got caught soaking, that would be the end of your career. You'd be, I'm sure, banned for life. It would be the end of your reputation. What else? I mean, I just can't imagine that anybody would do it. Remember when Don McCune was doing that, he wasn't breaking any rules. There were no rules then.
Correct.
He just came up with a new thing. So it wasn't anything, and I don't know of anybody being caught soaking in all of history of bowling on the PBA that actually was soaking. I mean, people have had balls thrown out, the old bleeder yellow dots and all that, which is a whole other story. But
right.
But it was like these urethanes that get softer. It happens, and it's not players cheating.
Well, as an observant of bowling, you had, USBC did nothing. PBA implemented a 78 rule, made these manufacturers go and make these bowling balls. USBC has been slower to make a decision because they wanted to gather more data. Then now they're going past what PBA did. And now PBA is going to stay in their little world where they are because they think that works for them.
And it does. It does. I believe that. I agree with Tom on that.
But
it doesn't work for Open Championships and Junior Gold.
But now the professionals are saying, well, we don't like that 2 of our events are conducted with certain equipment and all of our other events are conducted a different way. But guess what? They've had that the last few years anyway.
Yeah.
Because they could go bowl the USBC events and use these purples and pitch black.
Yeah.
And then when it came back over to this side or over to the PBA side, then they weren't in place. So I think this just also goes back to the unwritten rule that people have said over the years, which a lot of it's kind of made up, that the USBC and the PBA don't want to work together. Yet there are some national tournaments that they do work together hand in hand in, but sometimes their needs, USBC's needs and PBA's needs, in which they have to govern within their group, which the PBA is a much smaller group than the USBC is dealing with, doesn't always jive.
And I think I agree with you 100% on that. And I think what you see with this whole thing, the Players Committee wants it banned. So obviously there's players that want it banned. They want it banned not because of the rule-breaking issues. They want it banned because they don't like what it does to the lanes and how the game has kind of become one-dimensional on tour when urethane is in play. All the what I call the preferential issues rather than the legal issues or rules issues, which I think there's good case to be made for that. I think the PBA is way more boring to watch when everyone's throwing urethane.
Agreed, and I said that on the show. I said I want to see Chris Prather if he makes a show. He's going to be playing in and doing his trick. Francois Lavoie makes the same show. He's going to be more on top of the pattern, right? I want to see all that. I don't want to see Francois using a urethane ball up 9 and Prather's playing 11-9 on the same show, right? So
it's taken a lot of the and I agree with Anthony Simonson on this topic and others, it's taken a lot of the creativity and the shot-making differences away with the use of urethane. And that's not anything against the pitch black or the purple hammer or the IQ78U or the black hammer. It's just a preferential as someone watching. I'd rather watch a lot more variation. That's it. I don't have any problem with the PBA having the rule that way. And that's the main argument I see besides the soaking for banning urethane completely, is that I think it would be better for the sport from a viewing and participating experience.
Well, I mean, let's face it. Who didn't enjoy watching Jason Couch hook the whole lane with a werewolf being a lefty?
Yeah.
Right? You don't get to see that in today's world. You just don't get to see it. How about Parker Bone peeling a danger zone with power coil cover stock on it off the 2-board at the National Bowling Stadium, and the ball almost hit the 10 pin because it was going so sideways off the end of the pattern. And that took skill.
Oh, yeah. You have
to be able to get your ball to go that sideways off the pattern and hit the pocket. You gotta be on it.
There aren't a lot of people left in my group who started with plastic and LT48s and went through all the changes when the AMF angle first came out and then the Excalibur. I've seen all the eras, competed at the highest levels with all the equipment, and I mean, the reactive era, you could hate reactive balls and that, but to me the reactive era was the most diverse era as a bowler of having options of how to play lanes and different ways to attack patterns, and you had to be way more creative. I won regionals where I took my middle finger or my ring finger out of the ball and used only my middle finger and my thumb. And that was a creativity thing, which is now, of course, illegal because USBC changed the rule. You can't even do that anymore. But you could do anything you wanted then. You could go dead straight. You could hook the heck out of it. And the lanes obviously transitioned, and that helped determine what you did. But now, as soon as people start pulling out urethane, you'd like, okay, this is how you got to play them. And there's really not, it takes away a lot of the options, and it just, boring is the best way I can
A good analogy is, maybe a good analogy, I just came up with it. We'll see what anybody thinks. Think about a Crayola 128 crayon set or Crayola 8-color crayon set. Urethane, we're in the 8 crayon set. Reactive allows you to have a lot more color.
Yeah, that's true too.
Right? But I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know some things that are happening. What's up, my brother? Yeah, but that show last week, that was kind of a doozy.
Yeah, and I credit Beef and Barnsey did a real good job on it too, and they have, they have constraints on them. Let's just say that because of the position they're in, and I still think they did a heck of a job covering it real well. And I appreciated that USBC let Nick Hoagland go on shows and talk. And
me too. I thought that was pretty cool. Nick
I wish they would let him be interviewed by me, but that's a whole nother story. Craig Spencer, new podcast. He's had a podcast. He moved it to a different place. Strike Tutor. And he had Nick on, and it was way more focused on lane patterning instead of urethane. They did talk about urethane, but the focus was more about lane patterning. And listening to Nick, and especially talking about some of the creative patterns that some people lose their minds over that really aren't that as weird as they're not as weird as they look, let's say, which he's proven at the U.S. Open and that they work.
Yeah.
And they just look funny, I guess, the best way. But listening to him explain that sort of thing, and the alarming thing that he says there is he's kind of run out of tricks, and there really isn't much more to do. And I don't think where we're at as a sport right now is good. And I'm not real confident that we're going to be a lot better as long as urethane's in play. Now, that to me it doesn't matter. I don't compete anymore except in little fun things. I'm an old man, but I just, as a person who loves bowling and covers it, I don't like where the sport's at right now. And to me, urethane balls are the prime culprit in that.
Yeah, and I don't really mind urethane in small doses.
Yeah.
But when it becomes the norm, I don't like it. I think it would be fun if the PBA Tour over the course of a season did, they used to have a plastic ball championship. Sure. Why not say, hey, there's at the World Series of Bowling this year, reactive resin is going to be the primary type of material that you're going to use, but we are going to have 5 patterns, and the short pattern is urethane only pattern, right? Day 1, urethane, that's what you do. Everybody brings out their urethane balls. The ball manufacturers still get to sell them because there's a purpose for them, blah, blah, blah. And then the rest of the World Series is competed under this, right? Or maybe if you're the top seed of the World Championship, that top seed, if they chose to pick Cheetah or whatever, then it could be a urethane, and
I like that.
You know what I mean? But the top seed would decide, right? And then at least if everybody's throwing urethane on the show, then at least the whole bowling world can talk about blaming this person. Oh, freaking Jesper, freaking Jesper when. But guess what? Jesper was a complete bowler the whole way because he bowled on the 4 other animal patterns or 3 other animal patterns with reactive. And just because he's like, you know what, I'm going to do this urethane thing for the TV show and I want to pick the short pattern, then that's on him, right?
That's a good idea. An interesting idea. Yeah, I could see a tournament like that.
And then you keep urethane in the game. But now what Nick said to me that made the most sense on that show, and we're going to get off this topic shortly, is urethane and reactive coexisting on the lanes doesn't really work.
Right, and that's really what we're talking. That's really the issue. That's the problem.
So I believe there's a skill in using urethane.
Yep, I agree.
I do believe that. I do believe that a power player, if they develop those skills of being a power player, they just turned out some lights in here by accident.
And turned it back on.
Yeah.
Oops.
If a power player has an advantage with urethane and they develop that skill, then good on them. But you know what? Maybe there needs to be something out there to where, it's 15 mils and it's oiled to 27 feet. That's extreme. That's nuts. I can't believe I said it out loud. It's almost like throwing up in my mouth right now with that kind of a pattern. But I guarantee you the straight player is going to have an advantage on that. With reactive.
Probably, yeah, no doubt. And it's become such a negative to be a quote-unquote straight player that they're dinosaurs. They don't really exist. If you go back to my era on tour, the 1980s, Francois Lavoie would have been in the top 25% of rev rates. No doubt about it. I've been told he's 425 or roughly. And, at my very best, in my early days, I was probably about that before I had all my serious wrist surgeries and that. And I was considered, Rich Wonders called me a flailing cranker when he first saw me. And, I was a cranker for that day. And Francois, there was a time in bowling where he would have been a cranker. And in the 80s, he would have been a probably upper guy. And now he is like, they look at him like the dinosaur, the straightest guy on tour that's successful. Yeah. And it just tells you how much the sport has changed. And it's fascinating. And I would love to see, I just don't, lane patterns where straight guys could have an opportunity would be fun. But I don't know. We wouldn't even know because there's none out there.
Right. Yeah. Instead, urethane comes into play, and the two-handers or the high rev players. It doesn't have to be a two-hander. It could be a no-thumber. It could be an EJ or whoever. Let's take a look at the scores after 4. Jake Foxty, plus 174, followed by Lucas Finley at 160, then Kyle Rosenberg at 145. We got a 50-pin drop down there to Kendrick Siders at 95, Jonathan Shallow at 91. 20 players are plus on this squad, and those standings are available on your link that is pinned to the top of the chat, everybody. So a little bit higher scoring here this set. Anyway, I think we'll call it a day on this.
Well, at least we're talking rationally and reasonably and covering issues here and not just a bitch fest like this deteriorates into. Because this, again, if you were talking in religious terms, I'm an agnostic on this. I see everybody on each side has views, and I think pretty much all the views can be reasonably argued.
And we didn't even get into the dollars and cents of this.
Yeah.
People that are running businesses that are impacted by this. We talked about the dollars and cents a little bit about an athlete that uses this or maybe has won every one of their titles with urethane. That presents an issue for some bowlers.
And you have people making reasonable arguments on both sides of the ball manufacturers that some people say if you took urethane out, they'd make more money
because they'd sell more.
Higher end balls,
more gap stoppers.
Right, and higher end balls wear out. Urethanes, you can, I used Blue Hammer for 20 years. No, not 20, 15. Yeah, 15 at least, and it never wore out basically.
Yeah,
a few resurfaces and boom. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to. I originally planned to stay through the end of the weekend and see the step ladder and really cover it like a tournament and interview the winner alongside you or after you. But with what we got going at home, I'm going to get up in the morning and get home. But I did want to come see some of the tournament, see some of the youngsters, see you, chat a little, and do some potential sourcing here for stories with some of the people who were here. So I'm glad I got to come today.
Yeah, And, you know, as we all get older, we got to deal with life. And I know it hasn't been really easy for you here lately. This has been a shit year for you.
Yeah, this has been
Hasn't been good for me either. So
worst. I'll be glad when 2025 is in the books.
yeah, it's been a rough year. Pretty tough this part of the event in Game 5 with all the people you follow and.
Right, and this is something, and this, forgetting urethane, just don't even consider urethane. There are a lot of people using reactive who are playing all over the place.
Yeah.
I've seen guys play in the gutter. We got Chad Nelson here in front of us who's playing deep, and he's not the only one. When the lanes are this difficult, you can, you know, unless people are forcing you to play in a certain place, there's people all over the place.
Yep, no question.
And I'm curious here. Oh, I saw Zach Andreessen on one fill ball throw a backup.
Okay, that would make sense.
Yes, and my reaction to that was that I didn't really have any kind of, I was like, huh. You know, and it just made me think, 5 years ago, if I saw that, or 10 years ago, I would have jumped out of my chair and go, what the heck is he doing? And now it's become like, thanks mostly to Anthony Simonson winning on tour, throwing backups, that it's become like another piece of the toolbox for two-handers.
Yep.
And there's a lot of them out there that do it really well. There's a couple in Europe I've seen that are like, wow. And, I mean, the lefties are bombing them, so I don't really. It's curious. I mean, the pattern is a little bit asymmetric, but not a huge amount. And it's fascinating that they're bowling as good as they are. And this lane surface is what? It's only 4 years old, 3 years old.
You know, I was thinking about that. This place is older than we think.
Well,
even though it seems like it was just built.
The building is, but it was rebuilt. Remember that this is the place that had the fire.
Yeah. So they reused the lanes.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe so. These are all new lanes, I'm sure.
Yeah. I just mean like what I mean is like I feel like this place just opened.
Right.
But it's been.
In a sense, it did, but it's been here. That's a great, you know, if you want to read a great, tooting my own horn here, but it was because Mr. Amy sat down with me. The first one of these that they had after the fire and then the rebuilding, I came down and we sat in his office and chatted for 45 minutes, and he went through everything. It's an unbelievable story what happened here. Burglars broke in the middle of the night, and then they torched the place as they were leaving. Yep. So not only did they rob it, but they torched it. And then they ended up in a chase and a shootout with the cops, if I recall, here in Waterloo. They were, you know, basically that's what they did. They were career criminals, and they got long prison sentences. And it was, but it destroyed the place, and they rebuilt it, and it's just gorgeous. I mean, the masking units are so cool with the history of Waterloo in them. All these historic pictures. They got this unbelievable bar with food and craft beer and cocktails, and then they got the little duck pin lanes. And
yeah.
I see on the wall when I went to the restroom, they have a pinball tournament here tomorrow. They're advertising on the wall in their game room area or whatever you call it over there. I mean, I just love this place. Is so cool. I wish I still bowled.
Yeah, they did a great job.
But I will be here for a Iowa Senior Tour event November. I'm going to come. So that'll actually be, I've had something conflicting with it every year since this place reopened, and this will be my first time to ever actually bowl at Maple. And I bowled in this house in regionals in the 1980s when it was wood lanes. My throat's a little scratchy from yelling last night at the craps tables.
Yeah, after I left, you had more success?
Yes. I had a longer roll than the one you saw, so I ended up in for 600, out for 2,600, and that was with, other than those two rolls and one or two others, it was like a set of the worst rolls ever, or I would have made probably 5,000. But, you know, you're going across, and guys are sevening out quickly,
yep.
And then I had two gigantic rolls. One was a half hour, and the other one I think was 45 minutes. The one stick lady said, well, no, I'm on my third turn around. I said, it's an hour. They're 20 minutes each. I didn't want to argue with her, but I said, I don't think I rolled for an hour. But that was a lot of fun. I like Dial Waterloo, so. $5 crapless table, folks. I've never seen one before. So where are you next? What are you streaming next?
Nightmare Doubles. I am Deviate Nightmare Doubles, October 11th and 12th at Bolero Bartlett in Bartlett, Tennessee, just outside of Memphis. And then the Hammer Holiday Doubles, of course, St. Clair Bowl, December 11th through the 14th. Doing DJ Archer's event this year. It's a one-dayer for me. Caesars Winter Classic at J-Town Strike and Spare in Louisville. And then Ebonite Winter Classic will be here. I might have a conflict on that one. I'm not sure yet.
You might. If you're involved in the PBA, I'm sure you will. Looking very much forward to, and believe me, I've pestered Tom. So if some of my subscribers ask, I said the minute that he's going to be able to provide details, I'm going to try and talk to him. Apologize to those who subscribed for the last recent few weeks here. Not producing as many feature stories and stuff as I had planned to. Our challenges in our personal life, we have parents in hospice now or heading to hospice, and that's enough detail for anybody, but I hope you understand that there's a lot of stuff that Susie and I are taking care of at home, and it's been a really tough time, and it's hard to just get through each day, and haven't had a lot of free time's been taken up taking care of those things along with my real job, and just trying to get through stuff. And but I've got a long list of good stories that, boy, I can't wait to get to them. And once I'm retired, I am going to go gangbusters. So looking forward to those times. These are some hard ones now, but we'll get through it. But that's some interesting lineup of tournaments. It's amazing how many big tournaments there are and how many big doubles tournaments there are.
Yeah.
I mean, how big is the holiday doubles now? How many? Do you have a Wednesday squad now?
No, Thursday.
Thursday is the first.
Yeah, I think there's 2 squads on Thursday, 3 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. Then the semifinals start Saturday night. So what is that? 7 squads up to G squad, I think. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. 7 squads.
That's just crazy.
It's like 360 teams or something.
Man.
No re-entries. Yeah, that one is pretty insane.
I never made it to that because it was always conflicting with the tournament we've had running in Madison for 30 plus years, the Henry Hitter. And anybody that has got any ties to Wisconsin bowling, to Madison, or read my stories. Of course, tragedy on the way home from Baton Rouge this year. Mark Henry, who created the Henry Hitter, Hall of Famer in Madison, and one of the greatest guys anyone could ever know, close friend of mine. Him and his wife Charisse got rear-ended by a semi, and Mark died. And Charisse, she's home now. Still got a lot of more recovering to do. And this year's Henry Hitter is going to sadly be the Henry Hitter, the Hitter Memorial of some sort. They haven't worked out all the details yet, but that'll be in December, the same weekend as the holiday doubles, as it always is. And sad thing, that's going to be a hard day for the Madison and Wisconsin bowling community, but we have to do that to honor Mark, and boy, that's I'll shed a few tears that day, I'll guarantee you that. And it's such a loss. You know, I think every big bowling community has a guy like Mark who promotes things and gregarious and runs tournaments and you know, that friend to everybody, and that's what we had there. Boy, that was a terrible thing that happened.
Finishing up here on 5 and 6, letter A, Brady Gustafson can bowl 184. Letter B is Zach Andreessen, who we were talking about, can bowl 220. Letter C is Lucas Herzrud.
Another good young player.
Yep, 249 max. And Torrey Franklin can bowl 206, it looks like. And next door, we got Austin Odd. There is letter A, can bowl 189. Brian Tippett, letter B, can bowl 238. Letter C is Alex Dirks. He can bowl 190. And 238 still left out there for Brent Ritchie.
Brent's one of my good buddies from Madison. Came down. The last game I saw him, he had a game that looked like my first game in Baton Rouge this year, at 126. It was more than 126, but it looked, with all the splits and stuff, like my game. He didn't have any 3 counts like I did. So this is 7, right? Or did they reduce this to 6?
7.
7.
Yep.
The only reason we would is it doesn't really move, but both of them are developing. My mom's
And then 6 more tomorrow to get to the 10-person modified step ladder.
Yep.
I think I made the step ladder. I know I made it at least once. I think I made it twice when I was still bowling these long ago. I remember making the cut in this or one of these tournaments when they were the fusions with an under block. And there's going to be some under blocks that are going to make this cut here, I think, without a doubt.
I think I remember that too, as a matter of fact.
I should tell people what Susie's parlay she sent me for tomorrow, as hot as she's been to start this season. My God. Wow. It's nice to be in Iowa, because in Wisconsin we cannot bet games unless you actually go to a casino, which in our case would be involved driving to Milwaukee. So it's easier for us to just drive over the border to Illinois, go to Hard Rock, Rockford, or down here to Dubuque to be able to bet, which I don't normally do. If it happens that I'm here, then I'll make a few. Wisconsin ruined my. I had Alabama covering, and I had, which Susie will be mad at, but I was right, and but I had the under in the game, and Wisconsin somehow scored 2 touchdowns, but they really only scored 1. The other one was a 100-yard field or a kickoff return. It cost. Otherwise, I would have won both legs of that. And there's Ms. Franklin. So how long will it be before her parents are known as Tori's parents instead of...
Right.
I like this shirt that Zach's wearing here. It looks like he's wearing a dress. You know, it's kind of got the pinstripey look. It looks like he's wearing a dress shirt. Oh, and there it is. Or was that a fill ball? Okay. That doesn't really count then. I'm watching that ball reaction, though. I guess he's plus, so he doesn't need to, but... Boom. Boy, when you look across this many pairs and trying to find a game above 210, 210 is hard to find. That tells you anything you need to know about how difficult they are. And you know what? I would think. Okay. That's right. Oh, love Dave. Love Dave. I would think that this might be a little bit like Baton Rouge, that maybe these lanes are too new. Because one of the things Jasna told us, and I heard this talking to other people, agreed, is that one of the reasons Baton Rouge was difficult is those were brand new lanes, and you get way more. And this was talked about in some of the podcasts about the urethane, is with the brand new lanes, the ball glides down the lane and much easier, and it's much more susceptible to the 210s or the 4 through the middle or 5-count washouts or whatever. So, but boy, these have been in for a few years, so they, on the right side, they got to be pretty well
You would think.
scratched up.
Yeah.
They're not certainly brand new. Definitely tough out there. And Brent Ritchie. Look at that. He can go off here for these flip, right? Yeah. He can get 238 here while he's on his fill ball. Good for Brent. Boom, 238. That's a heck of a, that's the highest game in the first 12 lanes that I can see.
It's like bowling 279.
Yeah. Almost earned him a Century Award based off his game, I think, down on the other end.
Brian Tippett can finish with 217.
Yep. And both of them are playing fairly straight, basically, in the track. Brent's a little bit left of Tippett, but that was Tippett's. From kind of, my angle isn't great here, but that's pretty much straight up around 15.
A little better.
Yeah, Century Award.
120.
Yeah, maybe it was a Century Award. Because I told him, I said, it looked like my first game in Baton Rouge, dude.
This break coming up next between the next two squads. We're back tonight. Should be around 7, maybe a little bit after that, by the time they get everybody figured out on any sort of re-entries or anything that they're going to do. This is the one where normally on this little block I go over to Shields.
Ah.
I like to go kind of see what's up with the trends nowadays, apparel-wise and stuff. If you go to Shields, they've got just about every brand represented over there.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've actually picked up a Cardinals Nike hoodie one year over there, which is the one that the players actually wore, like in the postseason.
Okay.
For $30.
Wow. Dang.
I thought, man, this is how'd I luck into that?
Cardinals and Brewers are the national game tonight.
Are they?
I'm on the 7 o'clock squad at the aisle crapless table.
Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured you would be.
I'm so old. I remember when Cameron Foster was like the young guy coming up. And he's got to be in his 40s now, right? Is he 40? Close.
I don't know.
Maybe upper 30s.
We're going to find out the answer to this. I'm going to guess I'm 46, and I can't remember when I ran the center in Utah how much younger he was than me. I'm going to put him at 38.
Yeah, that's
and I might
probably
be being
about right.
generous. Cam, how old are you?
39.
Ooh.
39.
So when I said about
Thank
40, said 38, we split it. There
Yeah.
you go. And I can remember when he was a little young whippersnapper, and I was only 40-ish.
We're talking about how old we are.
Yeah, I said I'm so old that I can remember when you were the young whippersnapper guy.
I wasn't an old college soul, though. I was 24 when I went to college. That's why I think I throw people off of my age. 'Cause when I was out here, I was in college.
Didn't you come to Sandy Lanes when I managed it, though?
Yeah.
And I was 21 when I was managing that center.
Yeah, and that was just as Brad bought it, right? Or did you?
No, I was there for Brunswick.
You were there for Brunswick.
So you'd have been 14 when I was managing that center. And I remember you from then.
I've been around.
Things you cover in a long day of bowling podcasting. You want me to break some news?
Yeah, well, sure. What do you got?
I'm going to give an 11thframe.com scoop to your
Okay.
live stream here.
Great. What are we doing?
More changes for our teams next year.
Okay.
We have a new member. This is not 100%, but it's 98% probably. We have a new member of Team 1. So I'll give you a couple hints and see if you can guess.
Okay.
Former PBA exempt player, PBA regional and PBA 50 champion from Arizona.
Should be like an immediate snap call.
The PBA exempt is a little bit of a kind of a trick because a lot of people might not remember that. Did it through trials.
Yeah, okay.
David Leverage.
Okay.
I mean, we haven't tried to hide it if anyone said anything. He may have told people, and that's fine. We knew that he was going to be within the first two teams. It was which one he was going to be on. And we have, and the USBC rules forced this when they started breaking. We broke up our first team, and eventually we expanded to 4 teams. And then we became basically the Witkowski family teams that are more like fun teams with a couple of our former guys that are even older than I am. And then we added a 5th team. Nick DiCesaro formed the 5th team. And we wanted to get a cross team for them. And Gail Myers said, I can do it. And he did the recruiting. And we talked, and he decided he felt kind of responsible for setting this team up, so he said he was going to go bowl on the Team 6 with these guys. And because I'm not 100% sure that all of those people have made it known to everybody, so I'm not going to name the names on that Team 6 just because I'm not 100% sure who all knows that. But Gail's leaving our first team to go over to this Team 6. And cross with Nick DiCesaro's team. And actually, I think Nick has, he's got Whitewater guys, him and Tyler McNutt and Sean Connolly, and I think they've got an opening or two on their team for next year too, which they haven't flushed out who that's going to be. If you're interested in bowling with a good team of young guys and get to cross with a multi-time Eagle winner on another decent team, there's openings there. You can, hit me up and I'll put you in touch with Nick. I think anybody with any status works on that team. Nick has a PBA card, but the other guys don't, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but that's my belief. So they could even bowl with the PBA Tour champion if they wanted. Anyway, our first team then is going to be myself and Leverage, and then McDowell, Shady, and Jeff Nimke. And of course, Richter moved over to the second team a few years ago when his son joined us. And it was always his dream to bowl with his son. And so he's been bowling with Crosby's team, with Team 2, and bowling doubles with Crosby then for the last, 3 years? 3 years, I think it's been. So welcome to Dave. I owe him a phone call, which I didn't get a chance to do on the way over here. So if you're listening, Dave, I apologize. I'll get to you as soon as I sign off here. I fell a little bit behind. I needed to get to Bite to Eat before I headed over. And I wanted to get here and see some of this squad. But it's going to be fun to have him on there. A lot of our guys don't know him well, but I know him from bowling regionals and PBA events and stuff going way back. And, he's won 1 or 2 PBA 50 regionals this year and still bowls PBA 50 Tour. He's in his mid-50s, I want to say 56, something like that, I think. So good player, good guy. He'll fit in great. Very excited talking with him. And he's a motive staffer. So Mr. McDowell will now have a second motive guy to brainstorm with, which will be nice. Not that Mark necessarily needs that, as he proved this year. The oldest singles winner in USBC Open Championships history.
That is pretty incredible.
Mike, man, that brought tears to my eyes going through that as a teammate watching that. You see that video and you watch me jump out of my chair after he threw that last strike for 300 and the lead. I mean, that was just one of the most awesome moments in my bowling career, and I wasn't even involved in it other than being on the same pair, but it was just, him and I go back to when we were little kids, and it was just such a fantastic moment, and it's historic. I mean, for someone of that age to win in this era of bowling is remarkable, and just a testament to what an athlete Mark is and still is.
Yeah, and shout out to the USBC, Nick Hoagland, those guys coming up with the pattern where multiple angles can get it done.
And as soon as I saw the pattern, I understood how somebody that booms the ball did not win the singles because of that hammerhead or whatever you want to call it, speed bump at the end of the pattern. And that took away the cutting left to right. If you weren't really perfect with it, 210, which I did a couple times, obviously. And Mark just overpowered it. Ball speed. He can still throw it so hard for his age. It's just amazing. And got to, as I wrote about, we were up by coincidence the day the tournament ended. We were sitting on a beach in northern Wisconsin drinking beer. And that was our annual vacation. The McDowells and the Howries come with Susie and I up to Susie's family's cabin for an extended weekend, and we bring the dogs and go to the beach, and sometimes we rent a pontoon and go cruising and all kinds of fun stuff like that. And the timing of that, we had quite a celebration that night. I ended up sleeping in the chair back at the cabin at like 8:30. I'm not used to drinking champagne and old fashions, so that was a lot of fun.
What's up, Michael? Watching from Castle Hayne, North Carolina.
There's Dave Cost. My eyes are so bad. Dave, we talk about anything on this.
I'm getting up for a second. I got to get a water.
Okay, go for it.
You going to hang out here?
Yeah. Brandon Steen, was the craps game better than the infamous Rob Amers role? Rob in that role made 13 points. I remember that because that was after one of these in September, I don't know, maybe 2000. I was still bowling, so it must have been at least like back to 2016, 15. And they had a side bet where if you got like, I think 10 points, 10 or 11, and you would get, that was the maximum. And he got more than that, but they didn't keep paying us more. So it was the repeater bet or whatever they called it. So that was pretty cool. But it was very similar to that. But being a crapless table, the thing that was awesome is I threw a whole crap load, literally, of 2s, 3s, 11s, and 12s. And boy, if it wouldn't have been starting with $5 on the numbers, it would have been starting with 15s or something. Whew. It would have been a lot of money. Of course, we would have run into table limits then, which we almost did anyway. But a lot of fun last night. Boy, Dave, I haven't seen you in eons. I hope you're doing well, too. Mike's just taking a break to get some water. And we've got, don't think we quite have, the standings we have are through 4, I think. Maybe they're through 5. Mike's got them. He had just went to go get some water. Interesting thing about this pattern, too, is we're not seeing, I thought maybe the right-handers would be able to break something open and maybe their scores would go up as the squad went on. And it actually has gone the other way, according to Joe Engelkis. When I talked with him when I got in and I saw like it was the 1-game score and it was like twice as many people plus as there were the whole first squad. I said, oh, boy, did they turn out the same? He goes, oh, no, that's what the first squad did, too. And then the scores went down. You know, back in my day, the scores almost always went up the more we bowled. But I guess the way these two-handers just beat up patterns, they don't necessarily break open the way they did back in the day. And I got Coach Eric Littig from St. Ambrose here next to the booth, chatting up all his bowlers and their friends. He's got quite a crew here. I love him. He coaches St. Ambrose University, and for all these Greater Iowa Bowling Association majors, he basically brings all his players. He coaches them all as they bowl. He organizes everything. He's got all these statistics and charts he's writing down as they're bowling. He is just a bowling junkie, and such a dedicated man to his kids. He's what you want a bowling coach to be, especially a college coach. And it's really neat to see how he interacts with his players and helps them as they bowl. Kind of like a ball rep, but not so much. He's not going down charting how many people are throwing urethane on the pairs in front of him or anything. He's mostly helping with form and ball choices and all that. He's one of the gems of the upper Midwest. Got to give a shout out to Maple, of course. We talked about what a great facility this is. I'm sitting here and I am freezing. And I'm not lying. When I drove over here, my car said it was 95 degrees. We are in the middle of a heat wave here, and in the upper Midwest. Even Madison, I think today, which is a little bit north and farther east, obviously, from Waterloo, was supposed to be pushing 90 in the next couple of days, which it happens this time of year, but it's pretty rare. We don't. I know we've never had a 90-degree day in October, and we're only a couple weeks away. And we got some new numbers. I'll read them off here. I don't have my glasses, unfortunately, but we have Jake Boxty remains in the lead, 1179 for 5, 235.8 average. Kyle Rosenberg, 1173. Lucas Finley, 1126. Kendrick Siders, 1091. John Shallow, 1068. I'm going to come back to John. Zach Andreessen, 1061. Isaac Goodman, 1060. Kevin Magnuson, 1059. And Josh Kennedy, 1057. And let's see, I'll do my math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 people out of the 56 are plus, even or plus. And that's not many, folks. And I think there were, if I'm recalling off the top of my head, I believe there were 11 on the first squad. So let's just say it stays at 18 through these last two games. Just give C Squad another 18. You're going to have an undercut because the cut is 52 players. 18, 11, 18, 47. So we're looking at a cut of under in this tournament. So that'll tell you how tough they are, because this is a strong field. Maybe a lot of names not everyone necessarily knows, but that's because they just haven't had a chance to really make a name for themselves, because they're college kids. It's like these GIBA majors have turned into like big college tournaments for the most part. 11thframe.com Open, it's like, geez, you could take every 3 bowlers don't add up to my age, practically. So just a lot of good young talent here. And John Shallow, there's an old-timer, relatively speaking, to this field. And I wanted to mention John. He's over on 3 and 4 right now, so you can kind of get a peek of his ball going down the lane. I believe he just left is that a 3-pin on lane 4? That's a bad angle and far enough away I can't really tell. Or is that the head pin or maybe a 2-pin? It's so far down there. It's hard for me to see from this angle. But for John, he's had quite a last month of bowling. He took the lead at the Peterson on the last Monday, and there is Zach Andreessen has switched to the backups. Don't blame him. If you do it good, that side looks pretty nice. He just threw the shot on lane 9. But back to John. He took the lead in the Peterson on the last Monday of the tournament. It ended on the following Sunday, Labor Day weekend Sunday, and John took the lead on the Monday before that. And with, what did he shoot? It was like 1670, and he smoked. Dave Barris was leading with something in the 1630s. So I did this big story with John, and I kind of congratulated him. I said, "Oh, that's going to win. Nobody's going to beat. No one's had close to that the whole tournament." And sure as heck, Jeff kind of catted him, I guess, and he got beat, which was just incredible. And you know, more power. If you shoot a score and beat it like that, you know, congratulations to you. But John then. He came home, and instead of, you know, letting that really keep him down, he came through and won the Madison Area Scratch Tour tournament the next Sunday, beating Chris Gibbons for the title. So that's the way you got to rebound, to come through and knock off a title after probably one of the biggest disappointments of his career. And of course, got to offer our congratulations to, I think they recently put the scores official, and Steve Brinkman, another friend of mine, was the player who knocked him off with a double in the 10th at the Peterson, a flush strike and then a trip 2-pin, if I recall, watching the video of his 10th frame. But Brinkman, who has a couple of eagles, one of the best bowlers out of Wisconsin for sure, Wisconsin Hall of Famer. John Shallow, I'm sure, will be a Wisconsin Hall of Famer at some point. Brinkman knocked him off. So one for the old guys, because, boy, Steve's close to me. He's got to be pushing. He's in his 50s for sure, because I know he bowls Ron Moore stuff. So. Looking through the scores a little more here. See Dave Duntlinger, plus 16, 48 years old. I had a little chat with Dave at the 11thframe.com Open. He's ready to bowl some PBA senior events. Won't be in 26, but I think he's eligible in 27. He'll be 50 somewhere in 27, so he'll get a shot to go out there. And in fact, what does my phone say here? The car said it was 95. My phone says, yeah, my phone says 95 right now at 5:12 p.m. on September 13th. Wow. Remarkable. It's not quite. It's not a lot of humidity though, so it's pretty nice out for being 95. It's not stifling. And there's Zach Andreessen's ball again on lane 9. Look at that. That's a 4-bagger throwing backups. Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined? But that is another benefit of the two-handed style. In my day, when you put your thumb in the ball, you just simply throwing backups could not get the right tilt and rev rate to be successful throwing backups. Now, my dad famously, who was just a league bowler, a couple of my friends nicknamed him the Slice because he actually threw a backup ball. He averaged like, I don't know, 180, 175. He was just a league bowler. But we called Leroy, the great Leroy, we called him the Slice because he threw a backup ball. And now it's a tool, it's a weapon, and Zach Andreessen is making use of it here. Just another way that two-handed is a step up and an advantage over one-handed.
I don't like it at all. Get off of my lawn.
I'm sure there'll probably be somebody in the chat pissing and moaning about it. No doubt, no doubt.
Oh, man.
At Fosbury Flop, that guy's cheating. That should be banned. That's not how they high jumped in my day.
Nope. There'll be some streamer that'll be in here when I'm like 80, and I'm going to pull in. I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to sit down in their booth and go, now, when I used to stream here, I used to drive uphill here from St. Louis both ways in the snow. We didn't have those aerial vehicles you guys drive now. Ours were on the ground only. And you used to drive through Cedar Rapids, and if you went over the speed limit, they had cameras that would pull you over. We didn't have these automatic driving hoverboard cars you guys have.
So we're definitely, I was saying while you were gone, this is going to be an undercut, no doubt. Because I think it was 11 plus the first squad, and there's 18 right now. So even if there's another 18, that's only 47. So
yeah,
under is going to make it. So I was looking, I think it was Tommy Hess. He re-bowled after shooting +1 on the first squad. But he's going to make it with that +1.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you re-bowl hoping you can shoot 100 over and be closer to the lead.
This one should get done by 6. We start up at 7. Tell you what, man, look out for the Missouri Tigers.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they're in the SEC now, so they got...
Well, here's the thing, dude. Last year they had this quarterback, Brady Cook, that everybody in the state of Missouri loved. And I think he was an okay facilitator, but he limited to what they could do, right? He was pretty much a safe guy. And they had Luther Burden, who ended up getting drafted by the Bears, okay? And he was very talented, uber talented guy who could have went to Alabama, many of these other schools, but he chose Mizzou. So I feel like everybody put all the pressure on him, and he had to be the focal point. Now this year, those two guys are gone. They got this quarterback called Pecula or something like that transferred in, and this guy looks like a man out there compared to Brady Cook. And Brady Cook's like third string for the Jets or something right now, so I don't want to discount what Brady Cook did, but this guy looks great. And then these receivers, they've had a transfer in running back. Their defense is pretty good. And their running back room looks really good. Their wide receiving core looks good. The tight end Norfleet's got 3 touchdowns in 3 games. And he had three for an entire season, the prior 2 seasons. So, everything's coming together. He's being recruited by a team. I can't say which one because I'm close to the family. In the NFL, he's got the same agent, I think, as Justin Jefferson. And so, there's a lot of great stuff going on there. And their receiving core right now, I think, is better than last year. And they were a ranked team most of the year last year until they totally underperformed towards the end of the season. Now they're up to 25th. They're blowing teams out. They're scoring 40 points a game. They haven't played a really good opponent yet, but last week they played Kansas in a rivalry game that hasn't been played in 10 years because they're not in the same conference anymore. And they were down by 15 and came back and won that game pretty handedly. So
Well, good.
they rolled again today, man.
I like to see. Look at that, man alive. I like to see different schools come up there. Some thrills for different fan bases.
Yeah, and one other thing, the reason why Mizzou's kind of on the hot list also is because the Rams left Missouri.
Oh yeah,
And that
they're
was
the
such
focus.
that was such a bad deal, the way that Kroenke got him out of there and
Yeah.
everything. Was just a bad deal. That kind of everybody in St. Louis rallies around Mizzou and Columbia.
Good.
So, like, they're redoing a whole into the end zone to put in more boxes and stuff. It's an eyesore right now, but it's a big project. And with all the NIL and stuff, there's a lot of boosters at Mizzou that are that's giving them money to bring in players. And
What does St. Louis do with that? Used to be called the Trans World Dome.
yeah, so there's about
What goes on
There's
there?
about 5 major concerts a year there.
Okay.
Monster Jam is
right.
there. The Battlehawks play there.
What's that? Soccer?
The UFL.
Oh, the United. Okay, of course.
As a matter of fact, St. Louis hosted their Super Bowl
Okay.
because they actually when the UFL or USFL, whatever it is now, when they first came into the league, when they first got that league together, St. Louis, they only sold the bottom bowl because in all the other
Sure.
cities, nobody even thinks about selling the upper bowl. They sold out of the bottom bowl and opened up the upper bowl
Cool.
because the whole city just wanted to show to the NFL that they are a football town. The reason why people stopped going to the games, and you can do the Google search on this, the Rams had the worst record in the history of football for a 3-year span. That's why nobody went to the games. And they brought in Jeff Fisher, who was part of the relocation of Houston to Tennessee. Okay, this whole thing was scripted and planned. But Kroenke tried to sell it to the NFL that we got to get out of St. Louis because it's not a 3-sport town. They can't support 3 sports. And that is not the case. He just made the team so bad.
That he could get out.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
When Georgia Frontier owned the team before she passed away, it was like sliced bread, greatest show on turf, everything. It was totally supported, even before they got that good.
Brett Favre threw 6 interceptions in a playoff game at that place.
Yeah.
I'll remember that one. Laughed my tail off the whole way.
Yeah, so that gets me pretty fired up. So anyway, Missouri is all, they love, Missouri, St. Louis loves football, and Mizzou is kind of their shtick now. So.
Well, that's good. Unfortunately, where I'm from, the new college way, the new structure is not good for the University of Wisconsin.
I know.
Our academics are way too high requirements. Our money, they're just never going to spend the kind of money that's required. We don't have enough. Even if we had enough deep pockets to do it, I don't think they would do it. That's just not the Wisconsin way. And we used to succeed on developing players, and now no one sticks around. So we got a great coach, I think, but he's like going to a gunfight with a knife, and showed it against Alabama today. Just looked like NFL against Little League. It's not competitive at all, and that's just the way it is. But we got Micah, and Wisconsin has Super Bowl fever, let me tell you.
Have you heard this Frank Caliendo doing Jerry Jones?
He does Jerry now? I've never heard him do. I love Frank Caliendo. Me and Susie love him. I haven't heard him do Jerry Jones. I'll Google that.
I think I can actually pipe it into the booth here.
I love Frank Caliendo. Him doing Gruden and Matt. I mean, he's fantastic.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm going to let the whole audience listen to it. Give me just a second.
Okay. Oh, God. Jerry. I love Jerry Jones. He's my favorite owner. I can't wait to hear this. I hope Mike's able to find that. Meanwhile, back on the lanes, what did Zach Andreessen here? You can barely see it. You probably can't. You can see him finishing his approach on lane 9. And you can see his ball going down the lane. And you can't see his scoreboard, but he has 186 in the 8th and a strike in the 9th, so he can go off the sheet for 246 throwing backups. And I saw Zach's girlfriend, Brooke Salzman, hanging around here with she had shoulder surgery finally. And she was the college player of the year last year, if I remember right. And she will not be bowling this year. She told me that, and I had that in the story when she was in the ISC in the spring. And she has got a big sling to hold up that shoulder, and not fun. I was listening to her chat about it with her friends a little bit, trying to sleep with her arm in a sling, and that comes off pretty soon here. But she's got a long road to rehab, and she's basically redshirting, if they call it that, in college bowling this season. So if you look at lane 9 here, you'll be able to see this is not a lefty 9. Watch this ball going down the lane. This is a two-handed, right-handed backup.
All right, are you ready for this?
Yes. Look at that.
All right, so I'm gonna have to skip around a little bit, maybe, but this
I can't wait.
This is
I love it.
This is Frank Caliendo.
Oh, I love him.
Talking to Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen Show about Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons. Let me make sure this is up.
That was good, but I don't know if you should have hit me so many times. I didn't really have. You never been times. I don't know. Little Jerry Jones. I have been. I have thought a lot about this. Oh my God! The NFL on Fox is better without Micah, just like the Kansas City Chiefs would be better without Mahomes. What? What? Oh, that's your analogy? Which Mahomes? His brother. Let's get that. Let's be clear. Like, how does Jerry do that? Like, I text you about coming on the show when earlier I was watching America's Team, and I was like, I text you like, I want to come on the show. I want to be Jerry Jones. I don't know what this is, but as much as you could dislike Jerry Jones for anything, I'm sure there are some people that love him, but I left that documentary thinking, did he write this whole thing for himself? Did he have
he does
the
some
power
more here.
of no on it? Because it made me, everything he did, I'm like, this is fantastic. Like, I love Jerry Jones. And then, as a kid who grew up in Wisconsin, I was born in Chicago, but I grew up in Milwaukee. My whole life is growing up in Milwaukee area, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Then later that day, they traded Micah to the Packers. I text LaFleur because I have his number. Yeah. I texted him and said, I know you're not going to reply to this, and the only reason I'm texting you this is so I can tell people that I texted you this because I have your number. Right. And I said, holy something. I don't remember what it was. He goes, oh, wild, isn't it? And he texted me back that day. I didn't expect it, but it was pretty cool.
Because he got Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe this actually happened. None of us did.
We thought this is the way it should be. Now, this is the same idea that we had with Jimmy. Jimmy was our guy, but when he ceased to be our guy, we moved on, and we are better.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Oh, he's an American treasure.
He really is.
Caliendo. I'm one of these days, I'm going to see him live. The last time he came to Madison, we couldn't do it. I forget what our conflict was, but I mean, I'm not far from retirement, and those 3 a.m. alarms are gone, and I'm going to see him somewhere.
He also said in there something about how, like, he thought about Michael Irvin in the shower, but he thought about Micah in the tub. Like, it's pretty funny.
Oh God, I love it. You know, hey, more power to Jerry Jones. Fantastic businessman. You can't say that he hasn't made the Cowboys the most valuable franchise in sports. I think maybe them and the Yankees or Dodgers. And he throws one hell of a party. I was there. My USBC Hall of Fame year was 2011, and it was in Dallas. And I had the good fortune that was the year they held it together with the Women's U.S. Open and Bowl Expo. And the Women's U.S. Open show was in Cowboys Stadium. And afterwards, the Cowboys, or I put it on, I guess, they had a party down on the field. I think it was in one of the end zones. And it was some of the best, like basically finger type food. It was phenomenal, and the people that served us were just great. I mean, it was first class all the way. So I would never say anything negative about Jerry and how he treats, guests, I guess you would call us, and he's certainly successful as a business person. There's no doubt about it. But man, he is as a general manager, every fan of every other team has to like that. But no doubt has to like him being the GM. And of course, that was 2011. That was like 5 months after the Packers had won the Super Bowl in Cowboys Stadium. And one of the bathrooms, or places they sent us for overflow between games, was the visitors' locker room. So I got to joke that I got to go in to use the same urinal that Aaron Rodgers and Charles Woodson and those guys used to win the Super Bowl.
Wild.
Cool place, the Cowboys Stadium.
Yeah, Caliendo doing Jerry Jones is pretty good. No question.
So Zach Andreessen then, with the 240 game, throwing backups, is now over 100 over. So he's going to be in the top, probably the top 5 of the squad here with 1 game to go. Man, that's really something. I'm just fascinated by all of that.
My man Thomas over here can still bowl 260.
And shocker that he's left-handed.
Yeah.
And I honestly, you look at the pattern, I don't see, it's just a tad asymmetrical, but very little. And I just don't see, very fascinating. But I guess if you look at it, the scores were their highest in the first game, which tells you the right side was nicer there. So this is one where left-handers are benefiting from less play on their side, but for the opposite reason of what it usually is. Usually it's a softer pattern where you don't want it to change, where the lefties have an advantage, and it's usually the really tough patterns where the right side can open up, where the righties have the advantage, and it's the opposite here because they're getting harder on the right side. It's really, I'm just a journalist and bowler who talks to people who know about lanes. I mean, the last time I did a lane myself was with a rotobuff, I believe, which most people are going to go, what? But if you're old enough, you know what a rotobuff is. There was no computers involved in that. Were there any runs at 300 or any 300s the first squad?
No.
I would say that this is probably a weekend where there wouldn't be one.
Probably not.
As hard as they are, which is just fine.
They're definitely hard.
Are you bowling at all anymore?
No, not really. It's one of those things where I want to do good. So if I want to do good, I need to practice 4 days a week. I don't have a callus. I have no calluses built up, right? Like, I mean, body hurts when I do it. If I won the lottery or something, I might.
If it wasn't for going for 50 years and 100,000 pins at nationals, I would have put my bowling balls away for good. That's the only thing that keeps me going. I'd be happy just to come out to tournaments like this, watch, and schmooze. I still enjoy watching the best or close to the best compete.
Sure.
That will always be there, even when I'm not writing about it. That will always be there, because I always liked excellence in any sport. I mean, even being from Wisconsin, I'm not necessarily a big homer for Wisconsin teams. I mean, those are the ones I follow because that's where I live. But, I was a Raiders fan and a Cincinnati Reds fan growing up. because the Packers were horrendous. And I wasn't old enough for the Lombardi era, and then they went the first 20 years where I paid attention. They made the playoffs one time, and when I was growing up, the Braves had left, so Milwaukee didn't even have a baseball team, and then the Brewers were, of course, terrible until the late 70s. And then I kind of became a bowling or a baseball Brewer fan a little bit, and Ryan Braun kind of took that away from me with what happened with him. I'm enjoying him this year, though. But again, I was a Michael Jordan fan, and they're a Chicago team. But man, I watched all the playoff games with him.
Yeah.
Who could not? If you're like basketball at all, I watched all the Lakers stuff. I watched the NBA Finals. Bucks were horrible for years until Giannis came along. If you're a sports fan, you should like excellence no matter what.
I agree.
And speaking of excellence, there's our leader in front of us on 7 and 8 for the final game. Jake Boxty. Is it Boxty or Boxty?
I think it's Boxty.
Okay. I just have to spell it right.
Right.
That's what I always tell people if I pronounce a name wrong. Hey, I just got to spell it right. And unless you're Mika, I can usually do it off the top of my head. Giannis is the one guy whose name I've written, like in headlines, editing stories and that, 1,000 times. And I still, to be safe, cut and paste because I can't spell that off the top of my head. Mika I've got down now.
Koivuniemi.
Yep. I can write his name without thinking about it now. It took me a long time. And it's great to see him back in the last couple years, back in the U.S. and bowling on the senior tour. He was always a very, very fun guy to watch. Character, subtle trash talking.
Yep.
About lefties and stuff. And a phenomenal bowler.
I'm going to do an exercise here on the screen. Let's see how I do.
All right. There's Tommy Fry. And Tommy's got the least enviable finishing thing here.
Jeff, did I spell it right?
Oh. Yes. No. K-O-I-V. I always look at the ending. That's Koivu. K-O-I-V. Oh, and he got Mike there. Mika.
Oh.
That must have been an autocorrect.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
It would have been hilarious if you'd have spelled the last name right and then had Mike as the first name, which I've done in stories because if I'm like working in Word or something, freaking autocorrect, which I cannot stand autocorrect.
So that's the correct way to spell his name.
You got it there.
Okay.
K-O-I-V-U-N-I-E-M-I.
Well. Mike Koivuniemi.
I wonder how many times he's been called Mike in his life. Probably a lot.
Hilarious. All right, we got some standings after.
Ooh, that was quick with this game 6.
Yeah. Let's pop it up. Boxty, your leader.
Boy, 247 over.
That's a bunch. Finley second at 137. Rosenberg at 132. Fourth, Andreessen at 107. Shallow fifth at 104. Shallow's been in the top 5 almost the whole thing. Pulled 250 the first game. He's just been chilling. We've got 19 plus on this squad. Standings link is updated for everybody. I didn't have HTTPS in front of it, so some of you weren't able to click on it. My apologies on that one.
You know this guy's not here for the bowling.
That's right.
Hey, man.
Close by.
As we are here in game number 7 of 7, we invite you to join us for C Squad qualifying tonight. It'll be just after 7 o'clock this evening. I'll be back with the coverage for you here, right here on Inside Bowling on YouTube.
So it's 19 pluses. So that's 30. If it stays 19, that's 30 through 2 squads. So there'd have to be 22 to have in the last squad to have it be plus. So
right.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit under to make it. You probably haven't been outside. I was talking about it while you were gone there. It's 95 out.
It's like 98 in St. Louis. Yeah, it's warm.
Are the Cardinals and Brewers in St. Louis, or are they in Milwaukee?
I don't know.
Honestly, don't know.
I've kind of zoned out of baseball. My fantasy team's terrible. I've just completely gone all in on football now.
I think it's Milwaukee, now that I think about it.
Yeah, it's in Milwaukee.
Well, at least then they're not playing outside in the 98 degrees. Yeesh. Remember that game that you and Kim and me and Sue and Doug and Brandy went to, and that was in 2011. I was on our way home from the Hall of Fame, and it was at night, and we were in the center field bleachers, and it was like still 98.
Yep.
Man, couldn't even guzzle a beer. It was warm before it went down.
I do remember that.
Big difference out there. It's not humid. It's very, very dry, so it's pretty comfortable 95. Kind of more like a Vegas 95 than a Florida 95.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our leader coming up here on lane 7. He's a Team USA veteran or Junior Team USA veteran. Heard his name long before I saw him. And he's as good as advertised. And there's Tommy Fry. Going through the motions pretty much. Whoa. That was not anger. That was a ball that was on a chair, and the chair got brushed and started spinning. And then the ball rolled off. Any major upsets in college today? What's the Georgia-Tennessee game doing?
30-28, 11:33 left in the fourth. Georgia with the lead.
Goody, I bet the over in that game. John Shallow here on lane 9. You can see him on the right part of your screen. Boom. Blake Walsh shooting spare on 7. He's 43 over, so he's in good shape, assuming he doesn't train wreck this game. Ooh, but he's got 55 in the 4th, so he's still got a pretty decent cushion. But of course, pins carry over, so you absolutely want to get every pin you can. Jake Boxty, he's looking pretty good going into tomorrow. He would have to be, and I don't think he's old enough to stay out at the craps table till 2 a.m. with me tonight. I don't believe he can. So no one could blame me. But he's going to have enough of a cushion that being in the top 5 seems pretty assured. Jeez. wonder how many players there are, young players, who say will be competing under the new rule next year of no urethane, who really have only thrown, or mostly thrown urethane, and kind of going to have to do some experimenting and practicing.
Yeah, it's going to take.
Because that's a whole different. I mean, that's almost like a different skill set.
Zach and I actually talked about this for about 15 minutes earlier today.
Oh, really?
On this stream, yeah. All the different things that could take place with that now.
I know. I'm very curious to see what Nick does to the lanes at the Masters and the U.S. Open, knowing that those won't be used.
Correct.
And how much that will change what he does with the patterns. I mean, I guess you could go back 10 years or something and kind of see, because very little urethane was used then. I can remember when the Natural came out. Storm was actually the first company to produce a new urethane. I don't think it was it seems to me that it was not 2009. That's what was said on one of the podcasts, and I thought it was 2008, but maybe I'm wrong. But I remember getting this Natural, and what am I going to use that for? And of course, the answer was Cheetah. And my Cheetah had been the one finger shot. That's what I did. And so the very first tournament I took that Natural to was a PBA regional in Belton, which is a suburb of Kansas City, and I finished third, lost in the semifinals, throwing that Natural like the entire 2 days, playing the edge on Cheetah. I was like, wow, this is really something. And of course, that was a Cheetah of probably, I don't even remember then if you had someone like Nick on here, but probably only like under 20 mils, I would bet, back then. Maybe 20-ish, but certainly not 30.
Yeah.
And and it was like, wow, this is really something. Just like splashing messenger. I was throwing it pretty hard. I was young enough then. I was under 50. Throwing it pretty hard from the outside, and I was getting cartwheeling messengers, and like I never moved basically for this whole week. I was like, oh, this made this easy.
Yeah.
But of course, the minute, other than that pattern, I never used it. There's Blake Walsh. You want to make sure you don't shoot 150 this game if you're 40 over and then be on the border of the cut line.
Yeah, Blake Walsh, he's a really good player.
Yep.
There's Tom slow hooking it.
Yeah. He doesn't look too disgusted.
No, not at all.
Oh, God love him. I think Tommy's going to be a guy it's going to be hard for him to adjust to age. And it's probably, he's at that age now where it's going to start happening. And for me, most people will tell you it's like 54, 55, 56 in there where you really start going off the cliff physically. And as competitive as he is, I mean, it was hard for me. And I knew it was coming probably earlier than that because of my wrist and that. But for him, he's still, star of the senior tour, and he'll still have that. But to give up bowling knees, which I'm sure he'll not want to do, but it just has to grind him to bowl these guys and know that he would kick their tails at his best, or at least he would have been up there with them. And maybe now it's not going to happen much, if at all, anymore. But it's the natural order of things. The one great thing about bowling is you can stay competitive way past you can in other sports. Maybe golf being the only one that's close like that. Sports where it's more the physical is so magnified. I mean, look at what Aaron Rodgers is doing. He's going now where Tom Brady is the only person that's gone where he's at now, assuming that he has a decent year. He'll turn 42 this year, and there's never been a 42-year-old quarterback in the playoffs other than Tom Brady, I believe. That's actually playing. You know, I mean, George Blanda was, I think, with the Raiders. He played till he was like 48. But he's also a kicker. And he wasn't a starting quarterback. Who you got coming on with you this evening? You got any?
I think Liddig will join me. He normally does during C Squad. Boy, Tom is really slow hooking it there.
Yeah, I am assuming that that's just because he's fried. Or not fried, but I mean he's 80 under and he's already posted +1. So
Right.
I don't think he's going to bowl again. He might, though. He's enough of a diehard. He might bowl again.
Oh, he would, yeah.
He might.
I don't know if Joe lets you bowl 3 times.
Yeah, you know, that might be, you might be right there. I'm sure there's enough other people that want to re-enter that.
I gave Joe an idea on how to do the re-entries.
What was that?
Okay, so he gets more than the people that want to re-enter. So why wouldn't you write your name on a piece of paper and how much you're willing to pay for the entry?
I love that.
Okay. So if you have 15 people put
You're
in.
evil.
So if you put in 15 people.
It's got to be blind.
It is all blind.
Yep.
You put in 15 people.
Oh, my God.
And then he goes, okay, I've got everybody here. That's it. I'm gonna undo them. All right. Well, that guy wants to pay $215. This guy $220. This guy whatever. All right. The cutoff number. If you bid this amount or higher, you're in.
That is something.
Then you take the extra money and you do something with it. That's one you could donate to charity.
Yeah, sure.
That's one that you could donate to a youth bowling program. That's one that you could, give to Eric Liddig for the junior whatever thing that he does.
Oh, yeah, the Iowa Junior Tour?
Yep. I mean, just whatever. Or you make a certain pot or something that happens, a mystery score or something for the next, I don't know. But I think that way, if you really want to bowl, you can assure yourself a way in. So let's put ourselves in that scenario. Let's set the entry fee is $170. What would you be willing to put in if you really wanted to bowl that night?
If I thought, like, let's say I bowled once and I played the lanes completely wrong for 4 games, and then the last 3 I figured out the ball to use, and
he's going to take 10 people for a re-enter, and there's 22 people in the thing.
Right.
How much would you bid?
If I really thought that I had something that gave me a chance to win the tournament, I could bowl good enough to qualify high enough where I had a legitimate chance to win, I would probably pay $270, $300.
You'd go that much?
Because let's assume that I'm back in the day when winning was something that I could reasonably aspire to and think I had a good chance of doing if I had a suitable reaction. I was confident enough in that day to think I've got a good chance to win, and if I saw this reaction, I said, I'm going to make the top 10 for sure. So I know I'm going to get at least $600 or whatever it is, $700. I said, I'd put $300 in. I wouldn't hesitate. If I was just thinking, well, I want to take another shot at it, well, then I'm probably not going to pay extra.
My number was $220. If I was like, man, I think I can I really want to do this. And then I was thinking, well, if I sort of wanted to do it, I'd probably go 20 over. I'd probably go 191, actually. I think 191 would give you like a 70% chance of being able to bowl.
Part of it would be, too, if there was 20 guys and there was 3 spots, then you're going to pay a lot more. If there's 20 guys and there's 10 spots, then maybe I'd only bid 225 or something, feeling like I would want to, if I really thought I had enough ball reaction to have a good legitimate chance of winning the tournament by re-bowling, I would want to make sure I spent enough. Because what's another $50 if I have a chance to win 3,800?
Then that's why I came up with $50. Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So I would definitely, if I really thought it was a legitimate chance to win, I would spend a lot just to make sure that I got the spot.
I just think that'd be a fun way to do it.
It is. I like the idea. And I like the idea that you would use it, not just throwing it in the prize fund. Or even take it all and pay another spot or 2 or something.
Sure.
So it gives somebody a check. Excuse me. Smells like pancakes and bacon. Wow, somebody's eating something that smells good.
I'm going to invert the stream here.
We've got a Kyle Trooper there. Mr. Richards with some wild outfit there. And our leader, Jake Boxty, washes out in the 10th frame. Very disgusted as he came back. And he makes the spare. Nicely done. Strike on his fill ball. He will have 230. He will end up 277 over.
Pretty outstanding.
Yeah, he'll be likely, I don't know what Lucas Finley is finishing up with, or Kyle Rosenberg, but he's most likely going to be at least 100 ahead. And whatever hand you're if the lefties are dominating and you're a lefty that's 100 better than all the other lefties, I think we can safely say you're bowling great that day. Boom. Simple, repeatable game. I think I'll be watching him on the live stream when I get home. Now, I may not get home in time, and I kind of want to watch the Eagles and the Chiefs. So get that archive up there quickly tomorrow so that I can watch it after the Eagles-Chiefs game, because that's one I want to watch. Chiefs are kind of in a tough spot there. That's you can't say it's a must-win game, but boy, you don't want to start out too poorly.
No. Appreciate you sitting in here.
Yeah, it was fun
for a little bit.
We got to take people 64 different places here, but
yeah.
I mean, it's qualifying.
It is qualifying.
Yeah, it's I as one who's probably listened to more bowling webcasting than 99% of the world, of a lot of bowl TV and that, at least I would have it on in the background once I was done with my regular job. It was always like there. I always never had a problem with people talking about stuff and that, because you can't just sit there and talk about every single shot of qualifying for for squads on end.
Tomorrow though is a different story.
Yeah, tomorrow then it's about the bowling.
Yeah, you get definitely when you tune in with me. Like today is just to make sure everything works. I'm comfortable, have some guests in, let people know what the scoring pace is, provide some information. We're good. Tomorrow is, okay, these people know how to bowl on this. Let's enjoy it.
And I appreciate the T-shirt there.
Yeah, 100,000 subscribers.
That's pretty awesome. There aren't a lot of bowling sites that can say that. Is Brad and Kyle first, or is Darren Tang first? Well, not besides PBA is.
PBA is first.
Yeah, I always take those out of the equation.
We talked about this earlier too. Like, I'm technically a company.
Okay.
So I'm technically PBA,
you're more like PBA.
PBA, USBC, Storm, Hammer.
That's true.
So I'm number 2 in the companies.
Okay. You have more than USBC?
Yeah.
That's an embarrassment for USBC, isn't it? Boy, wait a minute. No, is Bowl TV it's subscriber though? What am I saying? Well, not all of their content's subscriber though.
look, I think USBC's YouTube has a massive opportunity. I think that getting people to click on the governing body is a little difficult.
I can see that.
I guess let's put it this way. I'm not in any chair down there.
Yep.
But any CEO or person in charge, but I don't know how it works with a board. If I had my druthers, I would allocate a significant amount of money into the media department. I would.
See, I've always wondered if I know how much YouTube people can make, like the gambling ones, those guys.
Uh-huh.
I've seen their ratings and how much money they make, the Bluffs and the Mr. Handpay guy, all those guys. Bluff's got like 600,000 subscribers or something like that and they're making $1 million a year. So to me, it seems like there's an opportunity out there for USBC to make Bowl TV free.
Yeah, if you run the numbers though, it
doesn't work.
It doesn't work. But not right now.
Does it work to get 8,000 subscribers paying you $100 a year, whatever it is, 10,000?
That's a better model right now.
That's even
on a P&L statement.
Really?
It's a better model. Here's what I'll say about that, and this will be our last little topic.
Yeah, this is not something I'm an expert in, so listen to Mike here, not to me. I'm just asking questions. I don't know these answers.
So Red Bull is an energy drink. If you go to their website, it's not about their energy drink. Okay? If you go to redbull.com, and of course they have a product image first time I go on there. That's the first time I've ever seen that, by the way. Usually there are motorcycles and pictures of all these events and stories that are happening all around the world.
That they sponsor and stuff?
They believe that you need to be a cool brand, and then the drinks just come along with it.
Okay.
There's a whole article that was written maybe 17 years ago now that Marriott decided to become a media company first and a hotel chain second. And there's this whole fascinating article. You can look it up about it. But more and more companies nowadays are spending a ton of money to be a media company. Mattel, I talked to you about this. Mattel is trying to sell Hot Wheel toys. They just bought a whole movie studio thing, and they're going to be coming out with like 15 animated Hot Wheels movies between now and 10 years from now. Okay? Why are they going to come out with these Hot Wheels movies? Because they want to build the brand, and they want kids to go buy Hot Wheel toys. Right? So I feel like in bowling, having a media company tied to a product, it doesn't have to be, I don't even know if it fits USBC right. It probably fits more like a ball company or something. But I think if you put a bunch of money into media, it is a good way to invest your money.
Well, I do know if I was trying to make 11th Frame the most money-making thing it could be, I would cover stories that I don't cover now. I would have gone whole hog into the unfortunate stuff that happened at SFA a few years ago, which I didn't cover. I'm not the TMZ of bowling, and I'm not interested in those stories, except as they relate to competition.
Yeah.
Those sorts of stories would be, I'd be doing a feature on Nate and Elise, and their interesting avenues they've gone through to, build their brand, and that's sort of the stuff that people automatically go for, to click and all that, the TMZ type stuff. If I was really after maximizing revenue, I would do more stories like that rather than maximizing journalism.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what I want to do, and I don't need to do it. But so it's sort of the same thing of what you're talking about.
USBC has done a much better job of growing their YouTube channel the last couple of years.
Yep.
I will say that. And when I was doing some work for them, we founded the PWBA YouTube channel.
Okay. Because Sport of Bowling and Bowl TV are different channels. So
that's the same.
It is the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Bull TV. That's right. Bull TV's on. Okay, yeah.
But their YouTube channel, because there's a paid network, the funds go to the paid network, not to the YouTube channel.
Okay.
Right. So it's. But yeah, no. I mean. Oh.
Whoa.
Almost 710. It's. I've never put a real plan on paper around it, but I can tell you this: if Mike Shady, Mike Jasnow, and I go and film 36 instructional videos, and then we hire a video editor to edit them, and the amount of time that we have to go back and forth with the video editor, and then pay somebody to make a thumbnail for them, those videos have to generate $800 in revenue to break even a piece.
That's hard, isn't it?
That means they need 100,000 views a piece if they're under 8 minutes. If they're over 8 minutes, then they only need 60,000 views a piece.
Okay. How many bowling videos, let's say aside from PBA TV shows or something, even reach that? Does any of Brad and Kyle's get that many?
Oh yeah.
Okay, they get that many. See, this is totally something I don't spend. I have no free time in my life, and if it's not something I need to do, then I don't basically do it.
Yep.
So I've never really dug into all that.
Yeah. It's all about your pay per 1,000 views.
Okay.
So on a live stream here, I'll be transparent. I get about $11 for every 1,000 views on a live stream. But this is a long period of time, of hours and stuff like that. So, like the New Mexico Open finals that I uploaded, it's a long stream. It's got about 15 ad breaks in it. I believe that thing's made about $800. And it's got like 65,000 views. Qualifying squads get about $100 a piece. This video right here will make about $100.
And is this something that YouTube has lowered how much they pay for stuff?
It's all about whatever advertisers are willing to pay for certain categories for that particular month. So if there were a bunch of people who are like, oh my gosh, I need to pay for both. So for instance, let's just say Taylor Swift was dating, Kyle Tripp's a bad example because he just got married. Who's single? I'm not even, I just use Kyle Tripp because he's so recognizable.
Kevin Williams, the singer.
Kevin Williams.
I don't know. Maybe Kevin's got a gal.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, Kevin, if you do. I don't pay much attention.
If Taylor Swift was dating Kevin Williams, and all of a sudden there was an event where Kevin Williams was bowling and Taylor was watching, and I was sitting here streaming the event, my advertising revenue for that would be through the roof because advertisers would say, we want to be on this.
Yep.
I'd also have a lot more viewers.
Oh, yeah. No kidding. So we need a bowler
to date a very high profile.
To hook up with a seriously high-level gal or a female with a movie star.
Could be the other way around.
One of the female PBA players to be with a male movie star or something like, or male singer.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, we know how to fix bowling.
That is it.
Look we figured out how to fix bowling right there.
That totally is it.
We need
would do it.
One of you young guys or gals out there to set your sights high in the dating pool and snag yourself a famous person.
Forget what kind of person they are. We need them for bowling.
Yeah,
take one for the team.
Take one for the team. Save the sport of bowling. Or build the sport of bowling. And the things we go.
Okay, Logan Paul. What if oh geez. Who's single on the women's tour?
I apologize. I don't know who Logan Paul is.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. Logan Paul is like in WWE as a YouTube channel.
I'm not into wrestling at all.
But he made all his boxing. He was boxing Mike Tyson.
Oh, he's the guy that boxed Tyson.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I know that there was a guy that.
Yeah. So if he was dating a PWBA bowler, the PWBA would be in a really good place.
Okay, I see.
Well, they'd have a big turbo boost out of the gate. I'll tell you that.
See, I haven't even been to a movie in like 10 years.
Well, there you go.
I'm because my life. I have 2 full-time jobs and a dog and a gal, and I have no free time. No life.
Well, that's it. I'm gonna get out of here.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you being in here.
Wish I could come tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, buddy. That's Jeff Riggles joining me here. Hopefully you enjoyed Zach Wilkins and Jeff Riggles coming in to join us for some time here in the booth. I'm going to go ahead and bounce out of here for now, but we'll be back in about an hour, probably a little after an hour, actually, with C Squad coming up here tonight from the Ebonite Fall Classic here in Waterloo at Maple Lanes. Want to thank Ebonite, Brandon Steen at Stride Bank, Structure Real Estate, the Steen team, of course, Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, Budweiser, I Am Bowling, Kwik Star and Kwik Trip, and the Hampton Inn. So for Joe Engelkiss, his entire family and the team, everybody here at Maple Lanes, Jeff Riggles and Zach Wilkins, my name is Mike Flanagan. You've been watching B Squad qualifying in the 2025 Ebonite Fall Classic right here from Maple Lanes in Waterloo, Iowa. I'll see you in about an hour, everybody, for C Squad.